Oh, shit. It's time to start, isn't it? Howdy. How's y'all's... Ah, how's your week been? Hey, Joestar. How goes it? I am honestly still waking up somehow. I didn't get very restful sleep, yay. I have had coffee, so I should be good when I actually get into the swing of things. In terms of regular kind of discourse going on in the VTuber scene, I actually haven't really seen a whole lot after what's it? At least after last stream, so going to be talking about a few random things, so to speak. Then I do want to get into finishing that Epyon model kit. Just a quick double check of the For You on Twitter. That's pretty cool. A VTuber hanging out in Star Trek gear. Or like, I think they're in a VR chat. Anyways, I can talk about, or I've got some threads that did catch my eye. One's about OpenAI, more about the graphical AI stuff. One can also talk about Warhammer community. That'll be a fun one. There's also lurkers. I did see a thing pop up about that where somebody was in pissy about viewer to chatter count. It backfired for them. Then there's also a more serious topic of like recognizing common abuse tactics. So when we go into that, we'll have a trigger warning. So I'm not sure what I actually want to start off with. Oh, I could also talk about Mid-Journey a little bit. Because I saw some threads that caught my eye. Oh yeah, Drama Alert had posted about Kai Sinat's mad at Mid-Journey. It is a type of AI, generative AI. Let me just double check that thread. Yeah, like to my understanding, Midjourney is getting sued. Yeah, you know what? I haven't actually talked about Midjourney. So I guess I could tie it all into one kind of generative AI segment. Yeah, that'll work. Start with the AI. Let's see. There are actually two different lawsuits going on, to my knowledge, at least two. There is a lot of discourse regarding generative AI that goes around. Some people are in favor of it. Personally, I'm not. I don't like it whatsoever. And I've come across two different threads on Twitter that really showcase some of the reasons why I don't really like it. The first one is a thread done by a Gary Marcus. I think I pronounced that right. OpenAI is in a heap of trouble, and it's not just text. Long thread why, based on work with RAL. RAL is a image generative AI program, to my knowledge, and you type in animated sponge. I think we can all recognize whose copyright's being infringed here. And as far as I'm aware, there's a lawsuit going on in NYT. The New York Times is suing ChatGPT, it sounds like, which is capable of copying entire paragraphs of text. You can see it's low quality. You can see the red is what has been copied, black is changed words, and well, it does not look good for ChatGPT. Because the AI just can't actually create, it can only scrub and then put things together. Here's DAL-E doing the same thing. C-3PO from Star Wars standing in front of a Star Destroyer with a blaster. Very specific and exactly what you'd expect, honestly. Following that is, doesn't even need the name of a film to infringe on it. And I will say they did get pretty specific with their prompt. Golden droid from classic sci-fi movie standing in front of a large spaceship with a gun. I think they could have just left, I wonder how it would have looked if they didn't include from classic sci-fi film. If it was just golden droid standing in front of large spaceship with a gun, I'm willing to bet more than likely it's going to look like C-3PO. Doesn't even need a long description to infringe. Video game load. Video game Italian, and it's just Mario. It's literally just Mario. And apparently DALL-E doesn't even tell users when infringing. I think that tag was accidental at the start of the thread, it looks like. Whatever. cat's out of the bag. Generative AI systems like DALL-E and ChatGPT have been trained on copyrighted materials. OpenAI, despite its name, has not been transparent about what it has been trained on. Generative AI systems are fully capable of producing materials that infringe on copyright, which obviously, yeah, it's generative AI. They do not inform users when they do so, because how really would that? I guess they could produce a list of all the different sourced materials used in the production, but I still don't like it. They don't need to provide any information about the provenance of any of the images they produce. So yeah, like they don't tell you any of the original sourced material that they used as their inspiration. Users may not know when they produce any given image whether they are infringing. With some of these cases, yeah, you can tell. But with a lot of the generative AI, it's just kind of mushed together. In all likelihood, the New York Times lawsuit is just the first of many. This was talked about December 29th, 2023. And if you want to find out more about regarding this lawsuit and Gary Marcus's coverage, I definitely recommend looking into him. Check him out. But there's another lawsuit that did catch my eye. And it's about Midjourney. John Lamb here makes a thread about Midjourney developers caught discussing laundering and creating a database of artists who have been dehumanized to styles to train Midjourney off of. This has been submitted into evidence for the lawsuit. Prompt engineers, your skills are not yours. Now this I believe I've gone through this document. It's a lot of names being listed. You can definitely check it out. If you know some artists, who knows? I think there's roughly 20,000 entries. I'll have to double check and confirm that, but there's a lot of names in there. On the bright side, I think you're all going to get mind blown by this style feature. There are so many new styles I don't think anyone knows about. Sorry, so how do you use the styles and prompts? However you usually would. It's a way to find prompt additives. Just as words in the prompt? Okay. Did a lot of city. I style for generating these. Unless they were names, in which case I did City by Bob Ross. Also, I should be clear, it's not just genres, it's also artist names. It's mostly artists' names. 4,000 artists' names, 10 and 1,000 styles. Jeez, that's not a good look, Midjourney. That's clearly taking people's styles and just cutting out the middleman of not actually getting the work from them. So if styles are like other prompts, why is there a list? Are they kind of pre-calculated vectors? So these are pre-rendered. Pre-rendered. So you can query them fast. It gives you 9 images in 2 seconds at the moment. It should probably be like 0.3 seconds when we optimize. You can use these styles with the prompts, but normally it's too expensive to fully experiment or explore. Probably doesn't help that most of the large ML, I don't know what ML stands for, data sheets are just images scraped from the internet for funsies. Just need to launder it through a fine-tuned codex. Ooh. Not a good look there. Is it scraped from somewhere? The artist's names came from Wikipedia and Magic the Gathering. Ooh. Wizards of the Coast won't be happy. Well, they have had some AI. That's a different subject. Perhaps I should look into the Wizards of the Coast and AI stuff. The styles came from Wikipedia, an aesthetics site, and an art catalog. I see, so this list can grow then. Here's our styles list. If anyone wants to add things, feel free to add things under proposed auditions. I've got some 16K artists, too many. Not at all, just dump them in the proposed edition thing. Yeah, just jumping right into the copyright infringing of them. What's this? Oh yeah, this is a bunch of names. There's 25 pages of names in this format. It's not a good look. Especially because I did notice there were some names that... Oh shit. Did I forget to bookmark that one specifically? Post engagements. There's one, but not the one I was thinking of. Which, it's still pretty goddamn disrespectful. Come on, where is it? There are so many in that list, but the one that jumped to mind for me first was seeing that there was an artist listed as Monty Ohm. Now this really bothers me because for those that don't know, Monty Ohm was the guy who originally made an animated fighting video, like 3D fighting video called Dead Fantasy, which was dead or alive characters versus the women from Final Fantasy in like a awesomely animated fight. After that, he produced a more popular, more well-known video called Haloid, which caught the attention of a little startup called Rooster Teeth, where he eventually worked together with them to do, like, yes, that Monty Ohm. Basically, and then he worked with Rooster Teeth on Red vs. Blue for a while, and eventually started up the series Ruby, which has been fairly popular. Tragically, he passed away to an allergic reaction in a routine surgery, and after that, the showrunners for Ruby kept it going in his memory. And while I can't find the tweet, I should probably just pull up the document itself and look for it. But Monty Ohm was listed in that. And another one that I'm actually just really realizing, thanks to Rando Parody here and like a lot of other people calling it out, Ed Gold is listed in here, and he passed away in 2012. If you don't know who that is, you might have been around and heard of Ed's World. It was a Flash series when those were still around, and it was one of the earlier incarnations of widespread media before the time YouTube actually took off. So it's actually pretty fucking disgusting that they are scrubbing so much of this, so many of these artists, many of whom have passed away. I've seen Bob Ross also included in there, honestly, kind of unsurprisingly, which is disappointing. I don't like this. But John Lamb did also continue his thread, or quote tweeted his thread to because some funny happened. Sort of. Hey, 20,000 artists on the Mid-Journey scrape list. Guess what? You can now add Man on the Run and Netflix to your LinkedIn and CV because Mid-Journey is included in the Man on the Run whatever it is on Netflix. So I guess take the credentials where you can get them. Hopefully I'm hopeful that the lawsuits do well and that these generative AI copyright infringers will actually start paying for their copyright. Like everybody else has to. Why do they not have to? What's so special about excluding them? That was a segment. I don't even know how long that one was actually. Just under 20 minutes it looks like. Not bad. Oh, 14. It's all good, whatever. Yeah, there's more than one reason to hate AI art. It just reduces artists down to art genres. That's all you are to them, a label. They don't see artists as people, they see artists as tools to just get pretty pictures. And they don't care if there's like any meaning behind those pictures or not. They just want things that look pretty. Good lord, AI art does not look pretty. Often. Should I talk about Warhammer now? I wonder how that video will do. Because like last time I talked about Warhammer, it triggered enough people to get the video over 1,000 views. Hopefully I can do that again. Gotham. Yeah. He just wants to be away. I'm really not sure how I want to actually start off that Warhammer segment. Hmm. I love how my head just always randomly cranks so much when I have a drink. It's wild. Wait, where's the model? What model? Oh, the Gundam model? I'm going to be building it after I've talked about my segments. I'm just kind of dawdling through the talking before I actually get onto it. But I do want to finish that Epyon. I've talked about Warhammer before on my channel. Mostly about 40k because that's my preferred version. That's the one I've been collecting models for a while. But there's a lot of people, I wouldn't say a lot actually. It's a shrinking percentage of the Warhammer community that kind of doesn't understand Warhammer. They kind of don't have the media literacy, and even when Games Workshop themselves puts out a statement denouncing that type of behavior, they ignore it. Cause like I've talked about Warhammer in the last couple months, and then I got comments on that video like, Warhammer is not for you, go back to My Little Pony, which is funny because I've never actually really been into My Little Pony. I've been into Warhammers for a long time. In fact, this is my collection of Black Templar Space Marines. I've been building it over years. I haven't really played with it, but they're fun to paint and build. Now, what's really funny is about 2 years ago, 2 or so years ago, on November 29th, 2021, Games Workshop actually released a statement saying hate has absolutely no place in our hobby, linking to an article. The Imperium is driven by hate. Warhammer is not. So a lot of people to this day will still claim that there is no satire in 40k. But let's see what Games Workshop themselves has to say. Like, I'm pretty sure Warhammer community is run by Games Workshop. There's very little that is 40k that doesn't have Games Workshop's fingers actually in it. Anyways, there are no goodies in the Warhammer 40k universe. None. Especially not the Imperium of Man. Its numberless legions of soldiers and zealots bludgeon their way across the galaxy, delivering death to anyone and anything that doesn't adhere to their blinkering view of purity. Almost every man and woman toils in misery either on the battlefield, where survival is measured in hours, or in the countless manufactorums and hive slums that fuel the imperial war machine. All of this in slavish servitude to the living corpse of a god emperor whose commandments are at best only half remembered, twisted through time and the fallibility of humanity. Yeah, some people have really bad media analysis. They need like a little bit, just a little, and they'll be able to enjoy content way more. Warhammer 40k isn't just grimdark, it's the grimmest, darkest. The Imperium of Man stands as a cautionary tale of what could happen should the very worst of humanity's lust for power and extreme, unyielding xenophobia set in. Like so many aspects of Warhammer 40k, the Imperium of Man is satirical. Now, they bolded that so everybody that doesn't agree with them can ignore it. Gotham! He's a good boy most of the time. For clarity, satire is the use of humor, irony, or exaggeration, displaying people's vices or a system's flaws for scorn, derision, and ridicule. Something doesn't have to be wacky or laugh out loud funny to be satire. The derision is in the settings amplification of a tyrannical genocidal regime turned up to 11. The Imperium is not an aspirational state outside of the in-universe perspectives of those who are slaves to its systems. It's a monstrous civilization, and its monstrosities is plain for all to see. That said, certain real-world hate groups and adherents of historical ideologicals better left in the past sometimes seek to claim intellectual properties for their own enjoyment and to co-opt them for their own agendas. We've said it before, but a reminder about what we believe in. I don't know where this quote is coming from, but they quote, we believe in and support a community united by shared values of mutual kindness and respect. Our fantasy settings are grim and dark, but that is not a reflection of who we are and how we feel the real world should be. We will never accept nor condone any form of prejudice, hatred, or abuse in our community or in the Warhammer hobby. If you come to a Games Workshop event or store and behave to the contrary, including wearing symbols of real-world hate groups, you will be asked to leave. We won't let you participate. We don't want your money. We don't want you in the Warhammer community. So, if I remember correctly, that actually happened where they had to kick somebody out of a Warhammer or a Games Workshop event or something that actually showed up with like a swastika. I could be misremembering, so please correct me if you know the actual story of what happened, but I think that's what happened. Grain of salt. For those heroes out there running their own Warhammer events, we'd love for you to join us in this stance. Over the years, we've been fortunate enough to support events like Adepticon, the Las Vegas Open, Blood and Glory, and many, many more with terrain, prizes, and goodie bags. We've also provided staff to help with organization and rules queries, and to judge painting competitions and run seminars. This is actually a way better stance than Nintendo took with Super Smash Bros. And how a lot of the majority of all Super Smash Bros. Tournaments were not really official sanctioned events, and that led to a lot of behind the scenes problems. If you know, you know. It's worth looking into. If you need help running an event, including creating a safe and rewarding experience for your attendees, we're here to help. Just drop our events team an email. We'd love to hear from you, and we're ready to offer the help we can. And then you can check out or send them an email if you do want to set up a plan or an event or something, because, you know, Games Workshop likes it when more people feel interested or check out their stuff. They want to get as many customers as possible. And guess what? The majority of people actually support queer rights, all that fun stuff. So they're appealing to the broadest audience. I mean, that's literally what rainbow capitalism is, in my opinion anyways. That it's a passive endorsement that we're the majority. Not that each individual, or not that queer people or trans people or whatever are the majority, but the people that, you know, support human rights are the majority. They continue a little bit, and if you're an educator, youth worker, or leader of a young person's group, then we're here to support you too. We've already contributed millions of pounds to our Warhammer Alliance network and are committed to continuing to provide free miniatures and resources to schools, scouts, and similar youth groups. That's actually pretty based. I hope they still do that. It's our, like, oh, that's also kind of, I'm gonna be real, that's getting them addicted to the plastic crack early. I see where they're coming from. But it is important to give youth hobbies and stuff to focus on, to encourage creativity. It's our hope that the Warhammer Alliance can continue to provide a creative and educational outlet, building a community of shared belonging and respect between young people from all walks of life. If you're interested in Warhammer Alliance, please visit warhammeralliance.com. So yeah, it's just really funny to me that there's still people that will desperately try to say that Warhammer is not for you, when in actuality, Games Workshop, the creators of Warhammer, stand against those gatekeepers. Yeah, I think I'll wrap up that recording there. Ah. What do I have left to release? Because part of me does just want to get into the model building. Holy shit, the Big Titty Anime Discourse got 700 views? I mean, Pog. A lot of different creative VTubers showcased in that one. God, speaking of showcasing VTubers, I really got to get back into interviewing. I'm going to start DMing some people and be like, hey, you want to come on stream and talk about your shit? I'll ask you questions. That's a lot of what I actually started with this channel. Yeah, part of me thinks I want to move on to just building. Wait. Oh, fuck, I double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Yeah, I can move on to model building. Take some time to double check through some of the stuff to comment on. Oh, another thing that might actually be fun to do is start going through, like, Reddit, am I the asshole? Okay. Epyon. Okay, I think I more or less I'm good to start working on my model. Not exactly sure what I want to do while building the model. So I think I'm actually going to jump into Womp womp. I bet that played. I'm gonna hop in a stream chat, see if peeps want to join. Open mic. Got them. Got them. And yes, I know I need to clean my keyboard. To be honest, it's a backup keyboard that needs replacing anytime. I need some kind of thing to drone out to or whatever. What do I need? H. I need H. Oh, what models were there? Were those Warhammer figures you made? I have a lot. I had a lot of different ones. That back up. Switch over to this. So I've got an assault squad, a bike squad, Primaris intercessors, Terminator squad, a chaplain with a jump pack. What was it called? Crusader squad. Because it's like 8 or a bunch of space marines with like some scouts as well. And actually, where's my building? There's my building time. I also have this. I recently picked up. So I've got a new leader I can actually build. That chaplain with the jump pack is one of those pewter models, so it likes to fall apart. Oh, thank you. It not the greatest picture of it. Yeah, they're Black Templar. I like the aesthetic. Right, H. First try. $14, $14, $15, and $17. God damn. God, I need like an actual spotlight. There's that. Gotham. I think I'm gonna shamelessly throw on my old content because I need something to listen to. Now, which actually I think maybe some of my old not podcasts, my old interviews. Gotham. Oh, please don't. He's getting into the box. Gotham? No. Don't ruin my box, Gotham. Wow, YouTube is just shit in the bed, huh? Or maybe it's my computer. Hard to tell. Oh, the box that I keep the model in and like all the different runners. I opened it up and Gotham is sitting in the lid. So I don't want him to accidentally rip it, but I guess I'm not really going to hang on to it. Let's see. You know what? The very fucking first. Not going to go through all of them, but how's it going? Pause. Get that there. Edge turn on. This is the kind of content that I kind of want to get back into doing. Not exactly sure if I want to keep up with or keep the same questions, because like I have updated my questions a little bit in between there and now, but with the next, I guess, season, I might want to update the questions again. It 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 has led to like some really long interviews sometimes, but I mean they've been really good conversations. Anyways, let's get started. I pushed space. How's it going?
Yeah, it's going well. It's just I'm surprised it's super late now.
Oh, did I take too long? I'm sorry.
No. It's just like when I was like sitting there like, yeah, you know what, I'll just like vibe and chill and whatnot. But then I'm like, look at the clock, I'm like, oh my God, it's 7 o'clock in the evening. Oh, this is fine. Oh, you're streaming? That's cool. Look back at the clock. Oh my God, it's 9 o'clock.
Oh no, it's only 7 o'clock for me.
Yeah, I know. We've been through this. You said you like were here for like you're 2 hours behind me.
Oh yeah. Time zones are such a pain in the ass. But I'm glad we
Oh,
actually could make the time to chat on stream.
no, don't worry about it. Yeah, it was free today. Mm. No, I'll normally stream on Saturdays, but I'm like, you know what? I'm probably not gonna stream on Saturdays anymore. I need some relaxation days.
Yeah, I totally get that. I work full time and I'm trying to stream Saturdays and Sundays. I will be taking some time off, but I still kind of want to keep that schedule of constantly going.
I like how you said I work full time and only work the weekends. Me on the other hand, I'm out here. I'm like, yeah, I work full time and I also stream Sunday, skip Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, skip Friday and Saturday. I'm like, oh,
Oh,
okay,
wow. Stream a
yeah,
lot more than me.
yeah. That's what a lot of people like. A lot of other buds were like, oh my goodness, like, how do you have a set schedule? I'm like, easy, just do it, and
A
it'll
lot
be
of
fine after
self
a
control.
while.
Yeah, a lot of self control and determination.
Mm-hmm. Ah, I'm
Sleepy Specky.
always tired. That's my
Let's.
whole stitch.
Yeah, I get that. So, you ready to jump into this?
All right.
What are your online handles and your platforms?
My online handles, my platforms are normally
I've
on
worded it better
Twitch
since
and
then.
YouTube.
Jeez.
Twitch, I like mostly stream some like mostly a Fire Emblem here, Fire Emblem ROM hack kind of guy. A lot of
Oh,
people from the ROM
nice.
hack community knows me, and I also make vids on some ROM hacks I do on the side. It's a lot more slower than the ones I stream because full time, and I love to
Hey,
edit and meme
Tibbs.
out my vids. So it's like, yeah,
How did you get to do these interviews? Basically, I just went around and DM'd people for the first bit. And it was like, hey, I want to start doing VTuber interviews. You want to come on stream? I promise not to clip you out of context. And then I actually kind of started breaking that promise by finding funny clips and then throwing those at the start. Wait, did I fuck that up? Huh. Weird. Okay.
yeah, and also I'm like an amateur because I self-taught everything myself everything. So
Oh,
yep,
wow.
yeah,
And you just go by Specky X3 on all your platforms?
yep. I'm sitting there because everyone else is like, oh, to be a true VTuber, you have to have an actual character, which I do. You have to have a character name.
Holy shit, this is wild. Oh shit. For me to go over, to be honest, because if you can, I don't know if you can really see it on stream, but in the top left of the corner it says followers. This was when I was at 37 before. Wait, no, I think I was definitely a Twitch affiliate before I became a VTuber. I can't remember. This was a while. This was before I was actually even 100 on YouTube. So wild.
Name, which I don't. You gotta have lore, which I semi do because all I said was I literally went with for my whole lore. I literally went with the Ash from the Evil Dead series. I'm like just Ashley Williams, just like yeah, I found this cursed book, and now look at me, I'm cursed. Yeah,
Honestly, I didn't start with um, lore either. I'm just making it up as I go. It's fun.
yeah, it is. I just add more stuff. I had an idea, but I'm probably going to like
I
get
still
it
haven't
drawn or
really
something.
fleshed out
It would
my
be pretty
lore.
cool.
I would be
Uh,
interested to check that out. Do you
uh,
go by any other nicknames or just Specky?
Specky, Specs. I'm still working on the names. If you're closer, you probably know my actual nickname, but nah, you could just call me Specky Respect for now.
Okie doke, we don't need to dox you. Um,
Oh,
what
I
pronouns do you
mean,
use?
yeah, like,
That's something I should
mostly
be
just
asking
he,
sooner.
him, or whatever. It really doesn't bother me all that much.
Okie dokie.
It,
It's
it makes
more or
me
less.
chuckle.
Pardon?
Honestly, it makes me chuckles every time someone try to catcall me though when I have my locks down. It always makes me sure. I'm like, ah, no. It's,
Fair enough. So, what inspired you to start making content?
oh my goodness. There's like a lot of like mostly because I just want something to do. Also, there was like a lot of YouTubers and Twitch streamers I watch. I'm like, oh yeah, this seems pretty easy. I started to stream. No, it really isn't. It's a lot more harder. Once you like people look at content creators say, oh yeah, this dude has it easy, but then you gotta realize, like, bruh, I've been streaming since December of last year. It's like easy to become
Oop.
affiliate, but it's very difficult to become partner.
Oh, yeah, I totally know. I'm on the affiliate track myself.
Oh, yeah. Well, you're doing better.
That sounds
Yeah,
funny
I
too.
started in June last year, or
Yeah.
started taking it seriously in June.
Yeah. I was like eyeballing a lot of these. Like, you probably see on Twitter when they say, hey, drop your links and we'll give you a shout out and all that stuff. Which I'm like, at first I was like, and I was like, yeah, those are easy followers and whatnot. Cool. But at the same time, I'm like, I didn't really work for it. So I really don't feel too happy about it.
No, honestly, that's how a lot of people actually get their name out there at first. I had to
Yeah.
jump onto some of those trends to start getting people looking at my profile on Twitter. And then in the last
Yeah.
week, I've just been blowing up.
Yeah. No, I was like on Twitter. I'm sitting here.
I think for context, around there was when I started getting like a few hundred followers on Twitter. Currently sitting at like 1,300, and I've been kind of stagnant for months because like I just don't care about my Twitter size and my following there. I don't make content for Twitter. I make it for YouTube. Yeah, I really like his model too. I'm pretty sure he's updated since then, but to start with, I like the base.
Here trying to make some VTuber friends, but then I realized the one issue with streaming is everyone has different schedules than you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, nah. Which I'm like, I'm going to ease on making friends with VTubers because, like, trying to become friends with other VTubers is a lot more difficult. Also, from uh, a male VTuber perspective, a little bit. If you know how to talk to people, easy. If you don't, difficult. I don't really know how to talk to people all that well.
It takes
If you,
practice.
yeah, it takes a lot of practice. Yeah, but yeah, I'm trying my best now. I'm not trying to be like the sore loser that's like, yeah, I don't feel like talking to people. But I'm like, nah.
Oh, you're starting with reaching out with this at least. I'm happy
Yeah,
to have you.
I'm glad to be here. Like every single other talk show you hear, you gotta say all the basic lines.
Berber.
Yeah, that's how you look good.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Do you have a goal with your platform?
Nope. It's
Just
just
having
see how
fun?
far I go. Just see how far I go. That's basically it. I don't really. I'm supposed to be this. My whole stitch was like, yeah, I'm a good tactician because I play nothing but a majority of the time strategy-based games when I'm using my brain a lot. But at the same time, majority of my strategies is I just go with the win. If I get big, I get big. If I don't, I don't.
Be very shy and not
At times, it
talkish.
does bother me
Okay,
when I see.
that makes sense. That's actually kind of a common trend among not just VTubers, but like streamers. For me, it definitely helps when there is an active chat. It helps bounce ideas off of, kind of thing, keep the brain juices flowing. Though sometimes that can get you stun locked when you're trying to, record segments. But what I do is I just record them segments. It's been wild, or it's kind of wild going through my old stuff. Because, like, the model is similar, but it's not. Because I don't have the original Vroid that I had for this VRM. I do still have that, like, I can use that model, but I can't edit it. I can't change the outfit. Which sucks, but it's why I'm using this model now. I think it looks a little better.
I do get jealous sometimes of other creators, but not too much, because as soon as you start comparing yourself to others, oh boy, that's a very bad slope to go down.
Yeah,
Very
it's a
quick
very
slope.
slippery slope.
Mhm.
I just try my best to support everyone I can, because honestly, it makes me happy to see other people do well.
Yep.
And I
Yeah,
stand
nice.
by that.
Glad a lot of my buds are at the place they're at now. But yeah.
Kind
So,
of on the
how do you like to
streamer's
spend your
version of
free
writer block.
time not
How do you mean? Are you not sure what you actually want to stream? Just like making others smile? Oh, okay, yeah, I get that. I get that. A surefire way to help people smile is to focus on what you do like, what you can enthusiastically engage in, and that can itchy eye. That can I forget where I was going with this. Yeah, be yourself. You can focusing on stuff that you know a fair bit about will help you feel confident when speaking about such a subject, and then that'll, make it'll come across a lot better.
working on content or streaming?
Me, besides working, probably looking at anime, watch movies, watch bad movies, play Magic the
Oh,
Gathering, and
Maxie, you basically mean executive dysfunction kind of thing? I get that. I get that.
D&D. I'm a nerd through and through.
I love to hear that. I personally play a bunch of D&D myself. Or not a bunch, but I'm a fan of it.
I
Yeah,
used
I'm
to
on my
play
own
more.
campaign. I called it off for today because I was not feeling all too hot.
Totally fair. It
Hmm.
it really makes a drain on the entire session if the DM is not really up to it, or if the other
Yeah,
players are not really in the mood.
yeah, get that a lot. But that's why we invented Baldur's Gate and Divinity Original Sin.
True. So, what's the biggest project you're currently working on?
Oof. I don't got no giant project really.
No projects at all?
No,
Just
not
going with the flow?
going with the flow, making vids. Well, I do have one. If you want to consider this a project, one of my next projects is me just sitting there streaming on Thursdays the whole lifeline of Fire Emblem games from the very beginning to the very end.
Oh,
Uh, I'm not doing out most of the games. Like some people might say, "Oh, well, this wasn't the first game in the series." I'm like, if there's a remake for the game, I'll play the remake down the line. But I'm gonna start with the games that does not have a remake.
totally fair. That makes a lot of sense.
Hmm.
If you could collaborate with any content
Thanks for
creator,
the
who
membership
would it
there,
be?
Maxie. Welcome to the beeps.
Like,
Oof.
Pipe Dream. Do you have a favorite?
A favorite?
Why did the alert not go
I
off?
really don't have any favorites, really. Well, there's this guy named Blazing Knight. He's probably the only person I kind of want to like hang with, but
Pause.
all the other.
Oh, that's why that alert didn't go off.
We love you. You're very special.
Oh, there we go.
Like, I don't really know. I'm still newish to the
Perfect.
VTuber scene, so
That's totally okay.
yeah.
We all start somewhere.
Is
Yeah.
there anything on your mind you feel should have more attention brought to it?
Why my attention? Oh my goodness. Trying to keep this
No,
stuff.
like What do you think
Does it come
people
with
should be
Berber?
talking about more instead of the random Twitter drama?
Maybe.
Oh, like actual stuff. Oh my goodness. Why? Okay, here's because I just got done talking to my buzz about this. Why do people want to make like TV shows off of like fan favorite series, but they always screw it up? That's why we need to stop that, please.
Yeah, there's a big problem of that in the entertainment industry.
Resident Evil garbage. Stop supporting this crap. Halo. I mean, Master Chief sleeps with people. Okay. But it's still garbage. Stop ruining this stuff, man. My childhood is barely keeping together as is.
You know, I haven't
My mind is blown. Master Chief fucks?
even watched the Halo show.
I can only hear so much.
Yeah, I know, right? Where do you want to see yourself in 5 years?
Oh, fuck.
IRL or like in like streaming purposes.
Either or, whichever you're comfortable answering.
Streaming in my apartment and in like a new apartment, a decent apartment, and I don't know, making like a bunch of people, making friends with a lot of VTubers, getting bigger. People actually want to collab with me, kind of deal.
Totally get that.
Yeah.
You just need to hit me with an ad on Twitter and I'll give you a retweet. Don't need to worry about that. I'm also down to
Master Chief, the guy in that green armor? Yeah,
say
he's
you
the
put
guy
out
from
a
Fortnite.
tweet saying, "Oh, I'm going live. Do you guys mind helping me out, joining the stream?" Just
No, I was gonna say, like, do you want just a random ad? Like, I can give you an ad for Dinner Dash. I can send you an advertisement for Raid Shadow Legends if you
oh,
want me
not
to.
ad, at like
Oh, an
ping
ad,
me.
not. I
Yeah, and at that point, I meant you can just tag me on Twitter and I'll hit a retweet. I still do that. Oh, Maxie, I was making a joke. Master Chief was in Fortnite, and that was the introduction for a lot of Zoomers. So I think there was a viral TikTok that went around when somebody walked. Master Chief came on screen because like they saw a commercial for Halo or something, and then kid screams out, "It's the guy from Fortnite." It's just a meme.
no,
In
I
case
was
like
just.
you have one of your projects coming up, like your Thursday stream, I could definitely help bring attention to it.
Yeah,
And if you
no,
want somebody to join you to chat, I'm definitely open.
yeah, it's. No, I was trying to make a bad joke, but
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry.
full of bad jokes. Don't worry about it.
It
Don't
went
worry about
over
it.
my head.
Oh, majority of my jokes do that with a lot of people.
I don't know. I got a pretty decent sense of humor. Do you have a favorite music genre?
Oh man,
Needs
EDM or probably any like EDM or like any of the like content creators and like the FNF Friday Night Funkin' community is making because some of their songs are actually not that bad.
I have not heard anything about that, honestly.
It's
I
just
know
another
EDM, though.
yeah, EDM house.
EDM is
Electric. I
solid.
do listen to some hip hop here and there, but it's alright.
So, a pretty wide range. Not the widest net, but still.
Wait,
Some
there's a
people
video
just
where
like
Master
their
Chief
one
teaches.
genre
Oh,
and they don't really
just
stray from
kidding.
that.
Yeah, I can't really
That
get
would have
into
been good
rap.
content.
At first, rap didn't sound too bad. Went through high school, rap started to sound bad. Then watch movies, and every other movie has like someone singing, rapping, or actually rapping. I'm like, why are you doing this?
Yeah, that got a little bad.
A
Though there
little.
are rappers that I do actually enjoy. Lil Nas X being one of them.
Oh no, I'm
Jay Christ out now.
I'm like still rather young, but I feel old when it comes to like Lil Nas. I'm like I listen to a few of his songs. It's okay, but some of the time I was like,
Yeah, I mean, some are bangers and some could be better.
yeah.
He is very early in his career. Let's see. What skill has taken you the longest to improve?
Just talking in general, talking on stream. Like I can sit there and chat, but I can't like IRL.
Oh,
I can like go on a tangent just talking about random crap. But as soon as the like camera's on and all that stuff when I'm recording, it's like nothing really comes out.
A little bit of stage fright, if you would. I totally
Yeah,
get that.
yeah.
It it definitely takes time to get used to.
Yep. Yep.
Do you have a
I'm
food you
still getting
like
used to
that
it.
many others don't?
Oof. Oh my gosh. I know people like cheesecake, so I can't really say cheesecake, but I eat basically a mountain of anything. The only thing I don't eat is like pineapple and stuff. So I'll just say cheesecake.
Kick
Like
from the
just basic
call.
plain
I love pineapple.
kick from the call. Pineapple. Are you the kind of people that be putting pineapple on pizza?
It's my favorite pizza.
Cringe. Freaking
Banned.
cringe.
To
What?
each their
Why?
own.
Yeah, no.
I
I
just love the
tried.
flavor. I'm not sorry.
I'm the kind of person
I
that'll
am
actually drink
sorry.
pineapple juice too.
I'm feeling sorry for you. Nah, nah, it was mostly because of someone did have me try the pineapple on pizza, but they had like barbecue sauce, which was actually not that bad.
I've actually tried barbecue chicken pizza. It's not the best. Or it's not the worst, actually.
It's not the best. I'm like,
It's
yeah,
not the
I can
best.
tell you that.
Yeah, I'm going over.
I actually
This is
like
the
the
first
barbecue chicken
interview that I
actually
actually
tried.
ever did on my channel. Because, like, for a while, I did do a ton of different interviews with my series I Spy with My Little Eye. And this was the first one that I actually ever did.
Mm.
Thanks for joining us.
It's just, I always go for Hawaiian personally. Sometimes I branch out with like meat lovers. Let's see.
I actually go for Canadian more than I go for meat lovers. Canadian pizza is pepperoni, bacon, and mushroom. Oh, thank you, Joestar.
What topic could you...
Like, I try and keep it a fairly casual conversation rather than like a super professional interview. I never really went for the super professionalism. I'm getting the right one, right? 1819. Yes. Yeah. Uh um I don't think you're able to jump directly into stream chat, but you can jump into the waiting room and I can pull you on stream. But if there's an interview on Berbers, there's actually a I don't know if they're still active, but they're like a cat burger. In one of my Smasher passes, somebody that entered was their OC was literally a cat burger.
you talk about the most?
Fire Emblem or
Yeah?
anime. Oh my god, Fire Emblem anime or movies. Like, well, movies is a little rusty right now. I haven't been watching a lot of movies. So like zombie games, zombie media, Fire Emblem, and anime. I can sit there and talk about that for days.
Oh yeah, you got a favorite anime?
That's the most hardest taboo question you're supposed to ask somebody that
Oh
likes
no,
anime.
it's true.
Because there is so many anime out there. I can name 3 off the top of my head that I like. Well, because I remember watching Trash Taste and they do like a 9x9, but I can just give you 3 of like the ones I just enjoy the most. I like Log Horizon. I love Berserk. R.I.P. the creator. And
Berserk is
what's
solid.
another one I
R.I.P.
could toss out there? I want to say Gintama.
Oh yeah? I've
Mm-hmm.
checked out some of Berserk and the other two as well, but I never got super duper into it. I might double check those again.
Yeah, you're missing out. Bacon cheeseburger pizza is pretty good. Bacon cheese. That sounds like my that's my cholesterol is about to skyrocket just looking at that.
Oh yeah, this was before I actually
It's
had
not
chat
the
on
worst
stream
pizza.
too. Somebody was
God,
I've
asking
had some
about
of them where there's like extra onions on it, and that took away from it, but it wasn't bad.
away from it, the
pizza.
smell is about to take me away.
Smells like bacon cheeseburgers.
Ugh, bro, I'm like looking at like 5,000 calories. Everyone else is like, man, this stuff is, bro, this stuff is medicine. I'm looking at that, I'm like, bro, I'm about to have a heart attack. Why put that in my mouth?
What's something you wish you were taught when you first got into content creation?
Besides talking,
Yeah.
hmm, oh man,
Yeah, if only
talking,
people
figuring out like I
actually
found my
talk
niche, so most
or
other
taught
people
people,
don't like
or if we only
struggle to
were
find their
able to
niches and stuff.
teach
Me
people
is
how to
mostly trying
talk.
to get along with like other like
Yeah, we were
trying to
talking
like
about Berber
mostly
pizza.
advertising because at first I was a little iffy about advertising myself and I wanted to grow naturally, but then I'm
8
like, yeah, you
and
get more people if you
9.
advertise.
You really do. The big things are consistency, content, and networking.
Mm-hmm. True, true. That's why I'm working on my networking skill. That's why I'm like, okay, I'm going to chill on like dudes like try to spread myself through Twitter, and that's when I realized the difference between VTubers and lewd tubers. And I kid you not, I got scared every time I'm around a lewd tuber.
Well, you seem to be pretty calm around me.
No, it's because see the thing is you're not flirting or
That's
trying to get
fair.
or trying to have me get dehydrated, which is very hard for me to get thirsty for somebody. Like I'm not even gonna lie.
That's quite alright. I mean, to each their own. I generally
Yeah.
keep my flirting to like throwing it at to the general area in the air, or direct it to people that I know are lewd tubers as well. Just
Yeah.
because
Or
I don't
just
want to be
people who are cool
flirting
with
with
it.
somebody that's going to get uncomfortable from it.
I mean, I've been around the block. See, the thing is with me, I try to keep. See, the thing is with me, I'm like a semi-hypocrite because I'm more like I don't want to really hang around. Like I can say I don't want to hang around YouTubers. Like I don't mind being around YouTubers. Like the thing is, when YouTubers talk about stuff, I already like seen that stuff because I've been admins to a lot of servers and a lot of dirty servers. So like half of the innuendos when they're trying to like it's like it's very hard to make me feel uncomfortable around YouTubers. It's more of like I'm just raising my eyebrow because me as a person, I can't handle being flirted with. So I try to tend to avoid that. And mostly I feel intimidated by the people I find attractive. So that's another reason why I'm like terrified.
That's totally fair.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
I should
Who
really
is the most
reopen my
interesting person you have met, or
I should really start promoting my what's it? I have a spreadsheet or like a Google form for people to sign up for interviews. But then there were people that like they signed up and then I couldn't get a hold of them after and it was sad. But yeah, I do want to get back into this type of content. I do miss it. Get okay, it's on there finally.
interacted with? Could be a VTuber, it could be anybody.
I want to like say my shout out to my boy Callan. Oh, hydrate. Someone telling you to hydrate.
They did. I took a sippy.
I had to shout out my boy Callan because I tried to start hanging with my boy, but you see the thing is with him is my boy got his harem going. My boy got them girls. My boy he had some art done where my boy is catching W's left and right. So he's interesting, I'll say. For a person that's like barely talks, my boy is like he's pulling harder than any guy I've seen so far.
Looks like he's got game.
Yeah, he has a lot of game. My boy got with a
I
wolf
feel
girl
like
and then
I
like a
fucked this up.
druid, a rabbit girl, which I'm like, Dang, and you have art
Wow.
too? Man,
I'm jealous, damn.
yeah.
What song would be played endlessly on loop in your personal hell?
Let it go.
From Frozen?
Yes. Oh my god, don't even get it's trauma. It's like legitimate trauma and I hate it
I'm
because
sorry for laughing.
no, it's not even like bad trauma. It's more of like it's not even that bad to a normal person. Me, I just hate it because went to the Mall of America with my on like a trip, like on this little school program
I
trip, went to the
think
Mall
I
of America,
fucked
and
up.
they this bus had like a DVD player
Eh.
when TVs and stuff. The only movie we had
Yeah,
was
I did
Frozen,
have
and every time they
like
say, oh,
the form for the interview still exists out there. I just haven't promoted it in a while. Fuck's sakes. I gotta strip this piece down. More than welcome to come on. Part of the building stream is community building. Because, like, this model kit, I'm going to be customizing it on stream too. And then that's also going to become my VTuber. Oh, I didn't need to take that part off. Nice. Smart. Like, I'm not right now working on recording content or anything, so it's all good. There. Okay. Now to separate this piece. I'm honestly still unsure how I want to properly customize. Okay, there. That's off. I'm gonna be sad if I break this, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, it might turn into clips, but I don't have a good track record of doing that. Yeah, I put that in backwards. I fucked up. That's not the piece I want. That is. I fixed it. Did I? Yes, I did. Awesome. The kitty cat wants to go out. How's the RG Epyon been so far? Pretty good so far. It's actually been a pretty solid, stable build, which I can't say the same for the master grade. But thanks for popping in. How's it going? Let's see. Dang it. Oh, well, thanks for lurking. C11.
Let It Go on the TV show, the girls, like, the male to female ratio was like 5% guys and like 95% girls, and all the girls at the same time was singing Let It Go, and this was an 8-hour long drive.
Oh my god.
And I heard that song so many times, I was like,
I can totally understand that.
I'm trying to break open the window to just jump out. I was like, I can't deal with this anymore. Oh my goodness.
What does your ideal breakfast include?
Grits, bread, bacon, eggs, and some jam, and I make a sandwich out of that.
Nice.
grits
That
is-
doesn't sound too bad.
I can literally make a sandwich out of anything. I will eat something as a sandwich. It wouldn't even bother me. Like
Yeah,
a full five
have
five
fun.
course meal to me is like we're just going like a 5-course date to me is just going to Subway or a sub shop and just getting a sandwich. And I'm like, yes, this is 5-star quality. But lately they removed the cucumbers and I'm a little upset about it.
What? They removed cucumbers from your local Subway?
Mm-hmm.
They still got them
1
in
in
mine. What the
5.
hell?
Bro, stuff is wild over here, man.
Shit be whack.
I have
Sounds
like
like it.
we have deers running around. Like, see, I'm at like more of a pit stop housing area kind of deal. Like, I'm off of the freeway kind of housing, where at my parents' house off that, and we get deers, we get turkey running amok. Apparently, there was a bear loose in our neighborhood one time.
Oh, what the hell?
So I'm saying, oh, okay.
Add your picnic
People,
baskets.
it's weird. Stuff is weird. I seen like a few hawks, which at first most people say, "Oh, hawks ain't that bad." Hawks is bad if you have like an ankle biter dog, because those boys get picked up.
Oh, yeah, totally. Like,
Oh my goodness.
hawks will literally take those smaller dogs or cats. They
Mhm.
do not care. They're hungry.
Yeah, we get groundhogs, and I seen a bunch of rabbits. It's weird.
It's a crazy world.
Indeed.
If you could choose your dreams, what would they be about?
Oh my goodness. Do you want like the do you want my honest answer, or do you want the typical guy dream kind of deal?
Whatever you're comfortable answering, as long as it's Twitch friendly.
Which friendly? Oh, okay. So what I want is the typical boy dream of like, okay, so I dream girl kind of deal, basically, but I do not want the anime ending at the end of the dream, because I hate that joint, because I fall asleep. As soon as I hear the anime ending, that means the dream is almost over, and I start legitimately panicking. I'm like, I don't want to go. Kind of deal.
Anime dreams.
I
Wow.
get that.
Yeah, but my actual dream is more of like, I mean, as long as I don't have like the nightmares from a horror movie I watched 3 months ago, I'll be perfectly fine with it.
I'm the same way about horror movies.
Mhm.
I'll watch through an entire one and be like, oh, I'm fine. That didn't bother me at all. It didn't even look real. And then I'll be lying in bed and my brain will be like, hey, what if there's a xenomorph in the closet?
Oh
And I'll be like,
no,
there is none. There isn't a xenomorph in the closet.
nah, that's
Well, what if there is?
nah.
Yeah, that's my brain.
It's like this one thing I heard off of Twitter. It's like you're not afraid of being alone in the dark. Is when you're afraid of not being alone in the dark.
Yeah, it's not the dark that I'm scared of. It's what's in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
What book has had the biggest impact on you?
Read.
I also include manga. It's a visual novel.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we're counting those.
Brains
All right,
are weird sometimes.
the Scott Pilgrim series.
Age 24.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. I love the art style. I love the whole thing about it. it's funny how I talk to people about this stuff, and it's like, and I tell people about the series with Scott Pilgrim. It's like Scott is like the kind of character he is a douchebag. I ain't gonna lie, he is like a really crappy guy, but he's that guy you see in a show where it's like, yeah, you're crappy, but we like you anyway because you're crappy. Which
Yeah,
is
he's got a
mostly
little
ones,
bit of charm to him, at least, like
yeah.
that cutesy nerd charm.
Which that's like I think that's mostly because I can
Cutesy nerd
relate with
charm that
that.
dates high
But at the
school
same time, what I
girls.
can't relate with is like if we're talking about my 14-year-old version of myself, was like pissed off. It's like, so wait, so you telling me you could get yourself a goth girlfriend that easily? What is this madness?
Just takes the right connections or saying the right thing.
Yeah, that was younger me because younger me was like,
Oh, you've been
I
doing the
want to
water
date just
slides?
like everyone else,
I
just like in the
haven't
movies.
actually
Me
had the
now, I'm
courage
like,
to try them yet.
if I date somebody, that means I have to spend like I have to pay for rent. I have to spend like $60 to like $90 for them each week.
Oh,
It is because I ain't gonna say most of the people in my area are mostly money hungry people, so it's like the
oh, it's a
idea of
shame they're
dating
out
is,
there.
yeah, there's someone out there for me. I took an interest in one person I'm looking at.
That's good.
However, everyone's making fun of me because the thing is with me is I blush so easily, and I that's just one of my problems. And I'm like, it's like, yes, I have the charisma, I have the bravery to do anything. Talk to the girl you like, yeah, no, that's off the table, chief. Bravery like kicks the bucket.
I'm gonna be honest. When you're blushing, it's actually a good sign for us. It means we know you're interested.
Yeah.
But it's also, you gotta kind of get past the brain go
Easier,
melty.
easier than I think. Just more time consuming. I get that. I'm willing to bet. Yeah, it's mostly in my head that I don't want to attempt it, but I should. I don't think I will with the Epyon because I do want to customize it into something more unique, and I don't want to have to worry about water slides under paint. Gotham, hey. Okay. My cat wants to help me build. Don't chew the runners.
Brain goes melty.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
That's a fun phenomenon that I've given that effect to some people.
Yeah, I see that a lot. See a bunch of YouTubers, they have a lot of fans that are like brain melty, but then again, also I see the dark side of having such attention as well. So,
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, there is
there's
a
benefits and cons.
lot of stigma around lewd tubers. So much fun. Yay. Oh, my cat Gotham wants to hop up on my lap and get in my way. He is a very precious being. E17.
Pros and cons. Not for everybody, that's for sure. I'm personally totally okay with people just coming into chat to flirt with me. Because if they're flirting with me, they're not jumping into somebody else's chat that doesn't want people doing that to them.
Yeah.
At least that's how I see it. Plus, I'm an attention slut.
Yeah. I mean, I
I
don't
got away
mind
with
getting
that on
attention
Twitch.
from people, but at the same time, sometimes I want it, sometimes I don't want it.
And sometimes it's not the kind of attention you really want. They say
Yeah.
all publicity is good publicity, but is
Yeah,
it?
sometimes there's always drawbacks to everything.
Is all publicity good? Did I just drop something? I hope not. It wasn't important. After being canceled, yeah. 100%. Sure, why not?
Mm-hmm. So what do you rebel against?
Bell against.
Yeah,
Well,
like, is there something that you really want to take a stand against? Even if you're not able to personally start doing something about it?
I gotta choose my words lightly here
5G.
because a lot of people will look at it wrong. I love representation in TV shows. I believe all representation is decent representation. However,
Mm-hmm.
stop with the stereotyping and making it bad media. That's the two things I hate the most. That's the thing. I want representation. I really do. But the times I don't want it is when it's complete utter garbage. And they always do representation as stereotypes and tropes. And it makes it always comes out in a bad light to a lot of people, which I have
Yeah,
an issue with.
I agree. It can really put the wrong light into somebody's head for interacting with such individuals in the real world. Because, like,
Mm,
all they ever know is that stereotype, and
mhm.
rarely are people actually just stereotypes.
It's like here's my okay, this is the common trope that I think everyone knows this. You know the typical everyone knows about the typical lesbian they always put or in TV shows or animations, all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's always the side cut, long hair on the side, and they always make them look the utmost masculine looking, but they never like and they say, "Oh yeah, that's the lesbian just by on side." But I'm like,
What?
other lesbians are girly girls and princess like too, you know?
Yeah,
But no, we all lesbians only can look like lesbians if they're masculine and all that stuff. So it's like, uh,
yeah, they're all like, we can only show these minorities if they conform to our
hmm
definitions, and
Or
otherwise we don't want
standards.
anything to do with them. But we want their money.
yes, like my favorite Pride Month. Ha ha ha. Companies like, yeah, man, we care about all the LGBTQ thing. As soon as July 1st happens,
Yeah,
yeah,
rainbow
nah.
capitalism. At the very least, like the slightest of silver linings, it's a passive acknowledgement that progressives are the main um, demographic in
We're the
general.
majority.
We're the biggest
Woo.
majority.
Mhm.
So
Me
it's
too.
that's a nice thing, but honestly, they really should be doing more.
They should be doing more. They should be doing it right, kind of deal. Because when you're trying to when you're forcing, it's one thing to say this stuff needs to happen, but at the same time, you can't force it down people's throats. Once you start forcing down people's throat, people are going to start resisting, and it always ends up badly. That's
Yeah,
like just like it's a sudden thing because you know how long it took America to get gay marriage.
that was like in the last decade, wasn't it?
It was in the last decade, but they were working on that way before even I was born.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it took them that long. Took them like nearly a century to do that, and then we're like, yes, we have to push this representation and all this stuff or diversity stuff. But the thing is, this stuff takes time. Y'all can't rush it. If you rush it, you get pushback, and you start getting results that you do not want.
yeah, exactly.
But I'm not going to tell somebody not to defend your friends and all that stuff. I always say protect your friends because oh boy, I seen a lot of people when I was going through high school. This is when I was in my last year of high school, going last year of high school. And I think it was when I was starting to be in college when the a lot of people were giving up on life, if you know what I mean by that saying, and it's
I do.
saddened to hear that. Like a lot of people that was like extremely happy with life in high school, they didn't really make it that far afterwards.
Yeah, a lot of people that struggle with depression the most often project the happiest they can so that they don't have other people worrying about them. The big thing is taking that step to open up to others and let them know you want to talk or you got something you need to talk about. It's a very hard step for a lot of people to take.
Indubitably.
Switching up the topic a little, what's the weirdest way you've met somebody?
Oh my it's two of my best friends that I have for some years. I met them through a
Welcome back,
ERP
Maxie.
server.
Oh, really?
Mhm. That's one I was telling you when people are like YouTubers and they're like, I try to play the innocent role, which you know that's a freaking lie. I'm a giant hypocrite. I've been through that stuff.
But
Which is
roleplay
like,
is fun.
yeah, roleplay is fun. Like, that's why I'm like, yeah, I don't mind being. That's why I'm like, I take being a VTuber a lot more easier because like you just got roleplay like someone you're not. But at me, I'm like, I'm just gonna be myself while I have a motto.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am with my VTubing stuff. I'm a little more flirtatious as the VTuber and on Twitter, but I'm more or less based all this off of who I am, so I don't have to really mask.
Yeah.
Gee.
What's the most amazing natural occurrence you've witnessed?
What do you mean by natural occurrence?
It's a pretty open-ended thing. Like, for
This one stumped a lot of people. I think I might have to not use it going forward. Because, like, what I have in my mind, and I had to explain to, like, everybody I asked this, like, my example is Aurora Borealis. I've seen that IRL. It's pretty pog. But a lot of people didn't have an explicit answer for that. So maybe it's one of those questions I should just cut.
for me, it would be seeing the Northern Lights.
I mean, national. Well, I've been on like a few cruises, and I did see a few like water animals, which was pretty
Not
cool.
that one.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I've seen a few whales. It's always interesting and lovely, in fact, to watch them breach if you can get the chance to actually see that.
Yeah. That's what's like when I was at like some like aquarium zoo. I think I've been to a handful, and I did see it a few times.
Okay.
What's up? I've been watching a lot of sci-fi movies and watching a lot of movies and watching a lot of TV and stuff. So after doing all that, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to be in the water because there's always a bigger fish. That's the issue. There's always a bigger fish.
To quote a favorite YouTuber of mine, do you know what's in the ocean? I don't. It's horrifying. What do you wish was illegal?
Illegal?
The
Oof, man. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of stuff that's I wish was illegal.
Doesn't have to be just one if you want to list off a few.
There's not really much.
Not really one that's like extra prominent.
Give me some examples because I can't really think of anything.
Well, personally, I'd like to
Excuse
see AR-15s go illegal in the States.
AR-15, yeah, assault rifles are something that should be illegal.
Yeah, that's something a
They
lot
are
of people do,
illegal in
Maxie, where they
Canada.
just
Like, you have to get a permit to
take
even own a
parts of their
firearm.
personality
and
that they
then
really like.
Even then,
Take parts of their personality that they really like, so they just don't really have to mask, as it were. It can be very, very challenging to keep masking depression. I would know. Awesome. But, I mean, do what you gotta do. At the end of the day, we are entertainers. And we gotta do what we can to be entertaining.
It has to be a handgun or a rifle that is non-automatic.
Yeah, no. That's the thing. That's one of the issues. Like having assault rifles and all that stuff. See, I wouldn't mind having assault rifles, but you can't have an assault rifle out of hunting season.
Yeah, though I struggled to find.
For real, who needs an assault rifle to go hunting? Where is the sport in just assault rifle hunting?
How you really need an assault rifle for hunting. That's been a weird justification to me. I'm totally fine with like a semi-automatic rifle. Bolt action
mean-
just because it feels good.
I mean, have you seen a bear?
I actually have.
Yeah, I'm good. This isn't
No.
this isn't anime.
Yeah, you want to
I'm
make
not-
sure
I'm
it
not-
goes down.
I'm not knocking out a bear like how they did in animes. This isn't Baki. I can't like Shoto kick something and their neck snap. Is not that easy.
True, true.
Skill issue.
Would you ever try space tourism if given the chance?
I am a huge lover of the Mass Effect series. That's also I forgot that was another game I could have said, because as soon as they say, "Oh yeah, aliens exist," I'm like, okay. I was like, dang, because there's gonna be that one scientist like, I wonder what happens when the human body makes.
Maxie, you're reminding me of Whitest Kids You Know sketch, where they're making fun of deranged gun owners making arguments like, well, say teenagers put some body armor on a bear, so you need these armor-piercing rounds for hunting. Oh, it's such a good sketch.
mates with the alien. I'm like, I signed up. I volunteer as tribute.
I will volunteer right alongside you.
As long as the only thing I gotta know is like the first thing I gotta say is, okay, are you the species that eats your mates? I
Yeah,
don't
that's a
wanna
good thing
die.
to check.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you resent paying for the most?
Oh my goodness, most gacha games, a lot of indie games. I'm looking at you, Lawbreakers.
Yeah, a lot of
Yes.
gacha games are very predatory.
Gacha games and depression are not supposed to be in the same sentence. Lawbreakers, that freaking game, I was so hyped for it, but they were blubbering off at the mouth, and now here we are. The game no
Jeez.
longer exists, and nobody plays this game.
Yeah, it's a weird market.
Yeah. I like was going to college for game design, but look at me, I'm out here like learning game design, but at the same time I'm also streaming and playing games. So
10-mile Berber
I
in the
actually
sky.
did go to college for game design, and I ended up not pursuing that career. Funny thing, I did end up working for a pretty big company that's awful people, EA Sports, and I was just a QA tester, making sure bugs didn't slip through the cracks kind of thing.
you're playing EA Sports Day. I
Yeah,
know a few
I worked on
companies
UFC and FIFA. But
I'm surprised. Is there any, now you got my interest, were there any beta testers for, was there any QA testers for Madden?
All the sports games were done out in the campus that I was working on, but I didn't personally meet any of the Madden team. I did meet some of the NHL. I had a friend that actually went to college with me for game design, and they completed the course. I had dropped out because I didn't want to end up pursuing that career. And then we both ended up working as QA testers for EA. He was mad.
Oh my god. Yeah, nah. What was it?
Yeah, fun fact. That dude actually got let go before I left EA. Cause like he had the attitude of, I went to college for game design, I should be up in the game designing, and he was a QA tester. And with EA, they scout you for that kind of stuff to like move you up to game design. I mean, if they're not hiring you outright for it, they will. There have been more than one QA testers that went on to do bigger or go into bigger roles. That's not the right one.
What was it? How am I getting this? I forgot his name. It's everyone else's company. Um, CD Projekt Red. There we
Oh
go.
yeah,
They should have definitely had beta testers for it. I
yeah.
work on that
They really
game
needed
needed.
that.
Yeah, nah, it's because I already told people my solution to the game is company wanting to make more money, and they say this game will be made for the Xbox Series X and the Xbox One, PC, PS4, and PS5. When you know well that the game does not run on Xbox One or PS4. But then
Yeah,
yeah, nah.
I actually really.
The problem with Cyberpunk's launch was the biggest issue was investors were like, "So, do you have a timeline of when you can release?" And then the management was like, "We can release right away." And the developers were like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, management? No, we need more time." And they didn't get it. So that happened. Felt like you were a beta tester when you played Cyberpunk. E2.
really enjoyed Cyberpunk. Like, I had a lot of fun with it, but it had its issues.
It had a lot of issues. I ran into a few bugs that were semi-game breaking, but not really all that bad.
Yeah,
Like,
I didn't really run into like game breaking stuff, but there were definitely game design issues that bothered me, and then a lot of what they promised was not delivered in game.
yep. Oh wow, that's sounding a lot like sounding a lot like what was it? What was that game? Uh, space travel
No Man's
game.
Sky.
No Man, thank you. No Man's Sky. Sounding like No Man's Sky right now.
But the thing is, No
Yep.
Man's Sky apparently did a pretty big 180 and is
Yep.
delivering.
Yeah, I remember being in my game design class, and No Man's Sky was the biggest meme amongst all the games we talk about. But that game did a 180 and it's really, really good.
Yeah, I actually kind of want to
Not,
pick it up and try it.
it's still not a game for me. It's like one of those games where it's like Minecraft where it's like all you do is explore and build, which to me is like not that interesting to me. I need my blood pumping. I will literally
Totally
fall
fair,
asleep
I
on
get that.
Yeah, I will fall asleep on stream legitimately and not wake up for a while.
Don't want that. What workers would you say have the worst jobs?
Oh, I work retail, but I don't work. I like work electronic retail. I will also want to say the people that actually work the most hardest are probably cashiers or any retail person or
Totally fair. I personally haven't worked retail, but it sounds like a nightmare.
janitorial is also a thing. I
Yeah,
mean,
janitorial it would not be
it,
fun.
especially after what happened in 2020.
Yeah.
That's pretty cute,
But I
Maxie.
mean, like. I mean, working retail
Not
has
gonna
its
lie.
advantages because I was a stock boy, and I kid you not, was sitting there working. It was like late at night and working at Wally World. The amount of the people are very interesting when they walk in, and because I seen two goth girls walk in, and I almost felt like my jaw was about to unhinge
Arms
itself.
are done.
Goth
But
girls do have that.
As long as it makes you happy, that's all that matters. True. Oh boy, it's been forever since I've actually done a real grade. I am very glad I actually caught that mistake earlier than later. for the forearms because they were not going on right. Anyways,
That effect.
Yeah, you see a lot. See, the thing is, working retail is it sucks, but you see a lot. You see a lot of interesting people.
Hmm.
One
I can
memory I was
imagine.
one because I'll tell you this. My nickname IRL is Mel, just MELL. That's how I do it. I keep it really neutral. Well, a lot of people like a lot of people can't say my actual name because they always keep messing it up. So I'm like, just call me Mel for short. And I had my name tag saying Mel, and this lady thought my name was Melvin, which it's not, and she proceeded
do we
to
gotta get into an
rant to me.
argument of what's cute and what's not? Three, right? Three. You know, I should probably do like a full-on segment about cuteness. I'm so goddamn tempted.
For 45 minutes
Hell yeah, I'm
about
cute.
why she hated the people named Melvin because of her ex, and I'm sitting here like, lady, I'm just a
Fuck!
stock boy,
What the hell?
and you're crazy.
Just making the assumption of your name and then going off on a tangent for 45 minutes?
She wasn't
Jeez.
like hostile towards me, but she was like, she sounded like she needed therapy. And I have that effect on people where, yeah, just go ahead and talk to me. I'm perfectly fine with hearing about your issues.
It has been pretty easy to talk to you so far.
Yep. Everyone can sit there and talk to me. I'm a really good listener when I'm actually paying attention. Because if I'm actively listening, different story. If I'm not paying attention, everything goes over my head, like with the utmost ease.
Yeah, I think that's common with a bunch of people.
Hmm.
I'm fairly certain you answered this, but what's your favorite way to pass time?
Oh, besides being on Twitter or
Yeah,
watching anime
besides
and all
Twitter,
that stuff,
Twitch,
yeah,
anime,
like
all that fun stuff.
just
Or is it
relax.
just that what you want to get into?
Mm, that's just basically just what I normally do. Is
Awesome.
either if I'm not streaming, I'm either vibing, looking at YouTube, like any other normal content creator, see if they can leech off of other people. But I found my stitch, and I'm like, I'm just working on it. I just gotta start advertising my stuff more and all that sweet
People have called
jazz.
you Bingle before?
Yeah,
Wild.
that's great. I'm definitely interested in checking out more of your videos.
Oof. Yeah.
Oof. I thought you
Yeah.
wanted more attention.
Mm, I do.
Well, that actually brings us to the end of my list of questions. Is
Oh,
there anything else you'd like to bring attention to?
uh, do not feed the wild animals.
True.
What I mean by do not feed the wild animals, I'm talking about when you're working at fast food. Do not feed the people. They may order it, just don't feed them. Just take their money and tell them to get out.
Fair enough.
Hmm.
It kind of seems like
Definitely
I'm the
words to live
therapist
by.
friend at times.
Yeah.
This has been a really fun conversation. Thanks for coming on, and thanks for being the first person for me to interview.
All right. You're welcome. I'll take my leave and show myself the door.
Take
Adios,
care, and
muchacho.
make sure you drop me all your different links so I can include them in the YouTube video when it goes live.
Oh, okay. I will.
Awesome. Please let me.
I pooped off already. That was a really nice conversation. I like talking
Ah,
to him.
fucker. Holy shit, it's linking like only my videos. Excuse me. Okay. You've only got energy and chaos in your being. Gotham. Gotham's being a boy. He's such a boy. Sure, why not? You want to hop on stream and chat for a bit? E10. What color is E? That was annoying. Okie dokie. Just let me know when. Right? Yeah. Goddamn undergates. This model has so many of them. They just stick out inconveniently. They do serve the purpose, but it's just a personal grievance. H1. Do you see the waiting room up top? In the content creator corner category? Right. F. Oh boy, I'm getting close to finishing this model. Live interview time. Not currently. Maxie's got a funny story to tell. Maxie, you can also jump into like any voice chat and I can just pull you into this one. I just do that to prevent trolls from being able to just jump outright onto stream. I do want to re-go over my question list so I can, or before I actually start doing interviews again, want to brush up on them, want to trim them down a little bit. You're in music? All the way down there. Why? Why is it not letting me? Huh. It's not letting me drag you up onto... Okay, here we go. Howdy.
Oh boy, it worked. Hey,
Yeah, apparently I was clicking and dragging wrong. So, how you been?
good. I don't know if this is gonna be actually like funny to you as much as it was to me when I explained this, but I'm going to give it a shot. So,
Hit me.
yeah, so basically the story is we go to this car meet. My friend, the car guy, I'm gonna just refer to him as the car guy. The car guy, he he's the person who blew up his motor by putting too big of a turbocharger in it. He got fixed, but anyways, the fact that we go to this car meet, right? And he's talking all this car stuff and everything. He's like, "Oh, have you heard of this V8, V6, and whatever?" I'm like, I get a smile. I look at him. I'm like, "Hear me out. What if there was a V16?" And he's like, "No, you couldn't fit that in a car." No, 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 no. Maybe a V18. He's like, "You can't physically do that." I'm like, "Okay, okay, fine. We'll put a one speed in the tranny. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine." He just starts getting pissed off. And I'm just smiling, right? He's like, sorry. Um, And he gets to the point where it's like, hold on. He's like, dude, just get in the car. You're just starting to get a bit too sporadic, a bit too crazy here. Just stay in the car for a while. I sit in the car, and he's like, okay, you can come out. And I lock it on him.
What?
Yeah, I lock it from the inside, and he unlocks it. He's like, get out of the car. And then I go in the back seat, and I lock it. But what I don't realize is he has the child locks on. I'm like, dude, let me, dude, let me. And I'm like stuck in there for like 2 minutes. I'm like, fine, I'll just crawl out in the front seat. He's like, no, bro, it's my car. And he's like, yeah, he locks the door. I'm like, okay. And I shut the door because I want to be as unpredictable and as annoying as possible.
Fair enough.
But then I realized my mistake again. Because for some reason in my mind I forget it's child locked. And then he just leaves me there for 10 minutes. The worst part was when he put me back out about 10 minutes later, I say, hear me out. We put bicycle wheels on a truck.
And then
It's
what?
like,
He
shut
locks
up.
you again and walks away.
No. He's just like, he's like, shut up, just shut up. And I'm like, no. Put wooden square spokes on a monster truck. We make them like about monster truck size. And then we purposely make a triangular road so it's perfectly smooth. And he's like, you know,
What?
you should use your brain not to be smart in a dumb way and to be smart in a smart way. I'm like,
Who do you think
why?
you're talking
I'm like, and it's just always like, hear me out. And I smile at him. He's like, he just knows what's coming. Actually, that reminds me. No, I shouldn't. I actually should. I was about to say hear me out again because I just came up with a brilliant idea, but I really shouldn't say it because it's super dumb.
I mean, it could be funny. You
Hear
want-
me out. You mix wait, did I forget? Oh no. You you can drink alcohol, right? I mean, you could use it to power your car, right?
Yeah.
So, you know how gas prices are very high, right? Just get very cheap alcohol and put it in your car.
I don't think it's that easy.
Wait, if Red Bull gives you wings, couldn't you make a flying car technically? If that sentence is right, if you put it in your gas tank?
I mean, yeah, you can give your car a caffeine boost by pouring sugar in the gas tank, right? I know what I'm talking about.
Hear me out.
Hear me out. Sugar gives me energy.
Hear me out. If Berber equals one burger and one patty, does
Oh,
Berber
fuck.
Burr equal two patty?
Yes.
And so hypothetically, if Ches adds one cheese to it, if you wanted four cheeses and two patties, wouldn't it be a Ches Burr?
I cannot keep up right now.
Hear me out.
I just can't hear that line without thinking about Vaporeon. I know I'm funny, but don't die.
Hear me out. Actually, no, I don't got anything. Fuck. Think song, TikTok. Oh my god. I think I just got an
These
idea.
shoulders are wild.
Oh no. I have a story.
Hit me.
Oh, okay. So it's actually a story from today. So my mom, actually, there's two stories here to be to be actually said here. We'll start with the first story because it's chronologic. The timeline is right with this one.
Chronological.
Yes. Anyways, so my mom's old car now, when she was driving it, right? She was low on transmission fluid. Now, she barely knows how to change her oil. And I'm surprised she doesn't get her gas and her oil, like I'm surprised she doesn't mix up her like actual like gas tanks gas and puts it in the oil, puts her oil in her fuel tank and puts transmission fluid in as her wiper fluid. So her and she says her car starts smoking, right? Like little smoke comes out.
Hey, don't
We
knock
find
it. It
out
looks
that
it
the
makes it look cool.
what we find out is the transmission fluid is like gone. It's like barely there. And
It's like Dunzo.
so yeah, and we're like, okay, if you drive about if you can find a motor garage or something, you can get transmission fluid. All you got to do is say, "Can I have transmission fluid?" He's like, "Oh, are they going?" Because my mom's actually I don't think I could say that. She is from out of the US on a green card basically. So
So like first
she
generation immigrant.
kinda, yeah. She's very suspicious. He's like, "You sure they're not gonna try to sell me something else?" We're like, "No, they're
Are
gonna
they gonna
sell
try and sell me
you
drugs?
transmission fluid." Yeah, like she's like that, and then I'm like, "No, they're gonna give you transmission fluid if you say it correctly." And so what happens is I don't think she never bought the transmission fluid.
What'd
So what
she get?
happens is
Headlight fluid?
no, she didn't buy anything. She just left it run. So about 2 weeks later, her car doesn't work. She gets a new car. That's the first story.
That that'll solve the problem. Just get a new car.
The second story is the difference between the transmissions. Have you ever had a car where it was only like there was a drive and then there was a number two where it would increase like the torque?
Like a manual?
It wasn't a manual, but it was when you switched it, it changed the gearing, so it had like something to like 2 to 1 or 1 to 2. I forget what increases torque, so you go uphill easier in lower powered cars. Well, what she does in this new car, because it has an automatic and you can switch to a manual, when she goes uphill, she tries to put it in second gear in the manual and she thinks she's going uphill in a lower engine and she's gonna slowly ruin the car if she keeps doing this. because she doesn't need to do that. She can keep it in automatic. It's a newer car, and it's she's putting it in manual, and I'm like, you realize you're putting it in like a manual. So when you switch from 1 to 2, you're actually changing. I can't say she's changing gears, but it's actually not doing anything, and automatic would have been better. She's like, oh, no, 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 it's the same thing. So she's the type of person where she's like, you don't understand what you're talking about until the actual machine or something breaks down and proves me wrong.
Oh, gotta
So
love those types of people.
the worst part is I'm a computer person and I edit her videos and stuff. She's like, "Oh, the video's melting." That means that's her way of saying it's blurry. It's melting. Why is it melting? You're a bit too close with the camera and it can't focus. It's like, well, you bought me this new camera. The old camera didn't do that. The old camera had an SD card and it was 10 years old. And it was at 480p. I
Oh,
don't know what you're
jeez.
talking about when the 4K camera is a bit blurry but looks worse. I don't know what you're talking about. And she's like, oh, it looks a bit better on the phone. She's been using her friend's Google Pixel 5, and the issue is she has an iPhone, and her laptop is a Chromebook, and all we have is Google Drive. And her iPhone will not send any photos or anything, or even take any photos anymore. It's completely broken, and it will not sync up to iCloud. And her friend's phone is in Russian.
Her phone's in Russian?
So I have to go on my phone with Google Translate up to the screen with my camera, scroll through, and I have to install like this video compressor so we can send it on this one app they communicate with each other with, and then we have to send it to the iPhone, make the iPhone connect to the Google Drive on her account, upload it to Google Drive, get it on the Chromebook, and because it doesn't, for some reason, the phone camera doesn't rotate when recording correctly, it's flipped. So I have to flip it in post and download it and send it to my Discord through the Chromebook, download it on my phone, edit it, upload it back through Discord, and get it downloaded back
Jeez.
on. And she usually complains if it takes more than an hour for like 9 videos when they're like 22 gigabytes, over 2 gigabytes.
Yeah, god damn it,
It
lady.
is.
It's going to take time.
I mean, this time it was a bit blurry, and for some reason it lost color. So I had to add editing and remoting to my computer this time. So it took like an extra 2 hours. He's like, why is it melting and why is it like why did it lose color this time? I honestly couldn't tell or I couldn't answer it because for some reason during the sending, one of the devices lost color, and I think something with the iPhone thought it was an HDR or something. I don't know, to be honest. So I had to reintroduce color back to it, and one of the videos was at like 15 frames for some reason, and another one of the videos was at like 480p. So I had to get on the computer, and I literally had to send it through an AI upscaler and overclock my system to get it done faster.
Jeez.
I mean, I'm glad I got it done in like under 4 to 3 hours. I mean, I'm just surprised they did that over a laptop that has a trackpad and remoting into a computer.
Yeah, that sounds like quite a bit of work to actually get done in that a bit of time.
I mean, it doesn't sound like very family-like, but I mean, at least I get paid a bit from it. That's the only reason why I go over to my mother's, sadly, anymore.
That's thank
Ye.
God.
Maybe we should actually change the subject. Probably getting a bit sad on your stream.
I mean, it really depends on what topics I'm covering.
Yeah, I don't wanna like get your stream into a situation where it's like, oh God. It's just like, ooh, that's rough. I don't know how to feel now. So yeah.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Um, I don't really have any topics off the top of my head.
I can't think of anything either, actually, surprisingly. Um, I usually have a lot to talk about. I mean, I do have some things to talk about, but they're very, very technical. So, I don't know about that.
Well, what are they?
I mean, there's a few things. There's 3D printer stuff, there's robotics for cosplay, I don't know,
Robotic
there's a lot of
cosplay.
stuff.
Do you have stuff
Uh, um,
planned?
for yeah, for moving ears and moving tells, the main issue right now is getting the weight down and getting it so that it's stable.
What's the costume? If you
I'm
can
actually
share.
cosplaying. I'm cosplaying actually my own character.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've thought of this one interesting idea and design, but I don't really know how to film. Like, one, I don't know how to feel about it in the terms of kind of catfishing, and two, I don't know how to feel about it in kind of general. But the idea is getting a mask, and what it is one wall of layer of memory foam, and then there's another layer outside of it, and in between that one layer, it's kind of like a vacuum, so it suctions it down, but then inside is kind of like you can breathe, but so you nobody can hear you, right? And then there's a
Okay.
speaker out front. And then what it does is there's a little board inside where it uploads a recording of your voice, and a big heavy duty computer with a decent GPU like mine at the house converts that into an AI voice that I've trained off of like TTS and edited vocals, not any other VTubers or anything. And it outputs more of a what I want Maxie to sound like as a actual character. I just don't know how to feel about it if it actually works well and health wise too, actually, with a vacuum, because you know what happens to your skin when you put a vacuum to it.
Yeah, it can lead to
It just
complications.
yeah, and it just sucks your skin and it becomes red and stuff. Plus, it feels a bit too complicated and it doesn't really show a lot of the face. I thought of overriding that though with like a screen on front, but that just feel uncanny, I feel like.
That's actually something I had considered when I was thinking of making like I used to be really into making Halo armor. I'd used a
Yeah.
program called Pepakura where I would print off 3D models and then fold it like paper and then use
Oh, I know
fiberglass.
what you mean.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So I used to do that kind of stuff. Which way is this going to go on? Okay. But I used to do that kind of stuff. And I forget where I was
Yeah.
going with this. Fuck.
Maybe I can give you a refresher. Mask, like showing using a screen as your mouth instead of an actual showing your actual
Right.
face.
Yeah, like do you happen to know the Halo helmet, the Gungnir helmet?
I think I only really know the original Halo
Oh,
helmet
fair
with
enough.
like the gold.
Basically, it didn't have like a visor or anything. So it was what I was thinking, like I wanted to make that because I really liked the design of the helmet, and trying to think how could I potentially do that. And part of me was thinking, oh, I could rig up a VR kind of headset,
Oh,
but that was far
maybe.
beyond my technical expertise.
I mean, I might be able to do that, but I would have to really find a small headset to actually fit most of the externals. Actually, the big screen VR would actually probably do. The thing is, it's not an inside out tracker. It would only work in a place with base stations, but it would
Well,
fit the
the
form
Quest
factor.
3 might be not bad for that, actually.
Maybe. Hold on.
Scoozy. Oops. Gotham. Get on there. Oh, that's not fully clicked in. Jeez, bro. Gotham's jumping around and popping out. They're muted for now. I don't know what's up. Oh, okay. You just can't talk right this second. All good, all good.
Yeah, but man, my mom's almost done. I don't know what she's doing downstairs. Oh. Oh yeah, that's where she yeah, crazy mom things. Basically, she locks up all her cats down in the basement. I do not know why. Other than probably her fancy china that she tries to keep safe. The cats. But I mean, I don't think you should be locking your cats in the basement. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
She's a bit. Let's just say there. My dad and her got a divorce for a very, very good fucking reason.
Fair enough. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna be prying.
Yeah. Um, I'll explain just one part about it. Have you ever been around somebody where you just feel absolutely like negative and awful, you just feel drained, you're like,
Yeah, I've met some people like that.
my mom is the prime example of that.
Fair
And
enough.
have you been around somebody where like um oh
I'm as confused as you, chat.
no, my mom comes walking by with like a cat in her arms. It's like, oh, whoop, she farted in my face.
What?
The cat farted in her face.
Oh, rude.
Screaming, oh, 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 I think she said I
Fuck.
forget what the cat's name is. It's oh gosh, I gosh, oh
Gotham. My cat Sushi likes to hang around up in high places, like one of the cat what's it? Like one of the jungle gyms or whatever we have for them. It's like pretty tall. It's a little taller than I
Yeah.
am. And when Sushi is up there, I go up and pet her and stuff. She will sometimes walk onto my, like, walk down my arm and stand on my shoulders a bit. The annoying part of that
Yeah.
is she will go step past my head and then just shove her butt in my face and then just
Yeah,
stay on
my
my shoulder for a while, digging the claws in to keep balance. Good
yeah, my
times.
gremlin does that too. My gremlin cat. I call my cat Shadow.
I
Oh
used to have a
Jesus!
cat, Shadow.
What the fuck? Oh my god! I swear to God! That's a new sound, bro. They
What
have like
is that? I
alarms.
can hear it.
I don't like. Okay, there's a broken alarm clock apparently. The and then the computer down here, the desktop, it tells the time every hour, and it's this loud ass like $10 watt, 10 watt, $10 like Warmelt speaker. It's like 10 p.m. I'm like, I'm sleeping. Well, I don't care what time it is. Please,
What the fuck?
bro. And then there's like the fucking alarms that go off, and then you hear some of the fucking the sirens that go off in the city for like test sirens sometimes. Oh my god. And then sometimes there's these cars that go by that are like really loud. Oh yeah, and then there's like some like static buzzing and like sometimes if you plug in your when you plug in stuff to the electricity here, sometimes it'll actually shock you. So this house is like really just ugh. It's
Obviously, it's
mostly
haunted.
loud. It's mostly loud, but eh. I mean, they're trying to build out the house, but the thing is, there's literally no room. They live in a city, almost the city, but and they're trying to like build out the house and stuff, and the neighbors are complaining like, "Do you really need to build this out anymore? Like, I know the bathroom's a bit small, but everything else is fine." Like, you're starting to
Some people are
get the
just pissy
neighbors
with any
complaining.
kind of change in their neighborhood. I don't get it.
Well, no, like, I'm actually kind of on their side because my mom is building like really, really close to the line, and it's almost like over the line, and where they would kind of like where their like sidewalk would walk in between their like line.
Excuse me.
Yeah, my mom's building like right over that, like because the bathroom's on the second floor. she's building like
Oh, so it's
over
like
it.
it's overhanging. Oh, that's not
Like
good.
it's not over. It's not like overhanging over too far, but it's like right on the line, and it's like there's no room to really walk in between the houses now. I don't know why my mom does these things, honestly. I I was like gonna say something before my my mom's cat. My mom, what was I gonna say? Um. Oh yeah. Have you ever met like somebody where they're like absolutely like when you're around them, you feel like actually like not stressed anymore. You feel absolutely like safe, like
Yeah.
almost like a grandmother or something, and it's just like kind of like that warm vibe.
Yeah, I try to surround myself with people like that.
My dad is the exact idea of that. So it was a household of somebody who was super negative, and so it was like very, very contrasted.
Trippy. Well, I guess opposites attract, don't they?
That reminds me of a very small but well actually no it's like very non-existent actually if I think about it. But that's the story of my very non-existent but or no very small love life. Yeah.
Wait, your love life? I thought we were talking about your family.
Oh yeah. No, I
Sweet
mean
home
you.
Alabama. I'm joking. I'm
No,
joking.
no, 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 no.
I'm
No,
joking.
I'm Tom. I switched conversation. I'm Tom. No, what you said reminded me of some of my relationships. That's all.
Fair enough.
Yeah. What was I gonna say next? I asked. Oh yeah, and okay. I don't give. Weirdly enough, I don't give negative vibes, really, but I don't give positive vibes that much either.
You give like neutral vibes. Got them.
I can be neutral vibes, but it's more of a static where it's like it's all over the place. It's like I can be positive, I can be negative, I can be, and it's kind of like I don't know. It's very, very much. It's kind of like my personality. It's very out of control. Like I don't know. I'm the type of person who is weirdly childish. Like I can be very. I'm not trying to like be. I'm not trying to say that I'm smart or anything. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I can be very smart, but smartly dumb, like I said. And
I was going to
um
say you're talking to a VTuber. Like none of us are smart.
I mean, I'm dumb, yes, but
I'm dumb, but in a
I'm most
smart way.
yeah, like I excel at a lot of things, especially computers. But yeah, it's kind of like I don't know. I'm just all over the place. Like I'm not only like all over the place that way. My vocal range can be all over the place. I've noticed. My name is unisexual, which is crazy. And weirdly enough, a bit of my IRL looks. So I've realized I'm literally like absolutely in the middle, weirdly enough, when it comes to things.
Just smack dab in the middle.
Well, yes, I end up having like a bit more because I was born a guy. I still have a bit more. I'm pushed away from that neutral area, but I'm as neutral as probably, yeah, a person can get. I am trying to tread very, very lightly, and I'm trying to think of what not to say here.
Oh, you don't need to worry about upsetting me. I'm pretty easygoing, open person. People
Oh
got
yeah,
questions, I
I'm
got
just
answers.
yeah, I'm just very, very like even on other people's streams or my streams, I like being very, very like careful because I like just being everybody's friend, even though sometimes that doesn't really work out. I'll
Yeah,
literally
like I
be
got people that just
everybody's
hate
friend.
me because, well, one person really doesn't like me because I called out somebody who was very problematic within the VTuber scene. Gotham.
Yeah, for me, like the way I do things, weirdly enough, is my rules are I never get political, not even real life, nothing. I just stay out of it. And what I do is I always
I'm
stay on the
political.
wall with and I always stay on the wall with like opinions. So even if I think a bit more one way, actually think, I'm like, hold on. I want to look at everybody's side here and I don't want to choose. I'm kind of like that. I'm just like, no, I'm just gonna kind of lurk around in all types of communities and see, just watch, maybe interact a bit, but mostly just watch. And I can be a bit of a social chameleon in that manner, where I just kind of blend in with different communities. Weirdly enough, yeah.
That's a good way to network.
Yeah, like I try to be very, very like open to things and stuff. Because honestly, when I was like 15, I do not know how I still had internet access. I was on the internet for a while, right? I was into social media and stuff, not too much really. When I was 16, that's when I first started learning about things like pronouns and stuff. I'm like, wait, that's such a thing?
I
And I
learned
took
about
about 2.
I learned about like pronouns really, really young, but I didn't know you could pick your own pronouns until like a lot later. I was the type of person that was like, be who you want to be, live the life you want to live. And it took me until 27 to actually ask myself, am I living the life I want to live? Turns out, no, I wasn't.
Yeah, for me, it took me like 2 years to learn everything. I'm actually kind of still learning, but for me, I've realized I'm not really specifically one thing or another. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just say my pronouns are really like anything. I don't really care what you call me. I'm I'll be like gender fluid and pan, it's just kind of like the most open options I could find.
Makes sense. Some people
So
just don't want to be tied down to any specific labels or anything.
yeah, I think I just don't have really the experience because I've been mostly like I'm not like sheltered, but I'm sheltered from like very certain things because I never got into it. Like I'm not sheltered from like really talking people or anything. I'm just sheltered from like the very nuances of social media and from like a lot of
Lack of
um
exposure kind of thing.
yeah, from like a lot of like references and stuff I will not get. And usually like if somebody like literally it was like until 18, maybe 18 and a half, I would never like if somebody was flirting with me, they would have to tell me that they were actually flirting with me because I was like, "Oh, so you're just talking to me?" And in like a weird way. Like I didn't think they were like I was like, "Are you flirting or are you like talking? I can't tell."
Yeah, some people just don't make that easy to figure out.
Well, no, I mean, it was obvious. Like, it was obvious to everybody. Like, okay, it was like a
Oh, okay.
weird, like,
Like
it
you
was
were
like
the
a
last one
server.
to figure out kind of thing.
Yeah, it was like a server, right? They were like playing around, or like, and this one person jokingly like flirts with me. I don't understand it. I'm like, huh? Everybody else immediately got it, and it was pretty much very direct. I'm like, and I don't know how I didn't understand it because now the way I understand it.
Huh.
It's kind of like how I am with like my VTubing.
Fair enough.
I end up like as I don't know if I can say I'm a wholesome say so VTuber now very much, but I still am because I don't understand much lewd stuff. But I'm opening up my content more to be allow a few jokes in because it used to be kind of like I'm like I cannot let Maxie do this stuff or do this stuff. I was very strict on the personality.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need
So
a
it's like
BRB really quick.
okay. Okay.
So BRB.
Okay.
Okay, that wasn't too long.
Okay. Uh wait, what were we talking about again? Oh yeah,
Uh, I literally
I
blanked. I'm not
remember.
sure.
I think I remember now. It was um oh yeah, the fact that I don't really understand stuff, but okay, it was hold on, I'm trying to get my place here. Oh yeah, the rule with my character where I was like I cannot say anything lewd, nothing pertaining to that, and I've had the rule where I used to have a rule where it's like everybody can come to me in DMs. I'll be kind of like an online therapist, and I'll help people because I have a lot of energy and stuff. Ooh, energy, childish energy. I'll be just this. And then I got a little bit. I got a few followers, and when I reached 100, I'm like, holy shit! Oh, I know I have a lot of energy normally, and I can run around a lot. But holy crap, this is draining. I think I'm gonna have to change up the rules a bit to be more flexible for me. Oh,
Yeah, that's kind of a hard position to really put yourself into, to like
so I was like,
frequently be
okay,
in.
yeah, I was like, okay, I'll be more of a life coach, and I'll do it on my own time. I was like, yeah, let's not do that. It's just, but
Yeah, like
yeah,
it's one thing to be there for your friends when, sometimes you just need somebody to vent to just get your bullshit off your chest. And then sometimes that's kind of indicative of deeper issues that just talking with friends can't really solve.
what the fuck? Oh, sorry. I hate this house because sorry about that. I'm changing conversation here.
It's all good.
I'm just gonna explain why I got scared there. I hate walking through this house in the dark because she has like a lot of Chinaware, and she has like a lot of like photos and stuff up, right? But the thing is, a lot of the photos in the Chinaware are in mirrors, and there's a lot of lights in the city and stuff. So there's a lot of reflections and shadows. And you think you see something, but then it's just like you walking by, or it's just your shadow. It's like, what the fuck? The worst part is there's like plants and stuff here too. So they make shadows, but they make really weird like vine shadows and leaf shadows. So it's like really fucking eerie in the dark. Because there's
God, the
all these
worst is
weird
like
like
fucking.
origami.
The worst is like those clown dolls or whatever.
Um, have you seen knitted stuff and like Russian dolls?
Yes.
This is what the house is filled with.
Oh, Jesus
Also
Christ.
native Indian like faces and shit that she bought. And candles. And a lot of religious stuff.
Gotta have that
Yeah, it's
mood
like
lighting with the candles.
yeah, it's all of that. It's like fucking like if this place was haunted, it'd be like the worst haunted place because there's like literally like there's like she does knitting. So it's like knitted dolls and stuff, and then there's like these
Like with
fucking
button eyes?
distorted, not with button eyes, but
Okay, thank God. That's like
actually there is
the
one.
most evil eyes you can put on dolls.
I mean, there's like two of them here, but the most eerie part, I'd
Protect
say, is
yourself.
like the stretchy ass Indian kind of like sculptures of the faces, like the long faces that she has. And for some reason, she put up like an Indian painting next to these two columns, and it's like this sad ass Indian, and I do not know why. It's like really depressing. I don't know what goes through her mind, honestly. She's mainly into knitting and music. She's really good at music with the piano.
Oh, it's good to have hobbies. I wish I was better with
Yeah.
music. I used to have electric drums. I used to have guitars and
I
stuff,
used
but I
to
don't
kind of
currently.
play the drums, but like I was like 6 and 7, so I was like, oh, it's not working. I can't do this. I give up.
I'm not perfect right away. I give up.
Yeah, like
Yeah, I remember
I
being
wa-
like that.
I was the worst part was because okay, my dad, for being 74, he's very open and he's very nice. Because I was okay, being how to say this nicely. Being on the spectrum, having ADHD, bipolar, all of that, and him being a single parent, 74, two bad knees, and like a hip with like titanium screws in it after working in the mines and dealing with me, the spoiled brat. I'm surprised he hasn't gotten madder at me or like punished me more, honestly.
Yeah, fuck. When I moved out from my parents' place, I was like, oh shit, I kind of regret being such a picky eater growing up cuz now I realize how fucking expensive food is.
I mean, the worst part is I'm still in that phase where I don't know how we're starting to realize because I'm in college and I do have a job now. Uh, it's like this I basically help elders. Like it's not a very high paying job, but I really do enjoy it because I can actually bring a bit of smiles to people who are kind of just suffering with old age. It's kind of
Yeah,
nice.
it's like emotionally rewarding.
Yeah. Even though it's like only like $10 to $11 an hour, I think, or something. I forget how much it is. It's it's really nice.
Well, that is better
Plus,
than the average in the US, isn't it? Because
yeah,
isn't the average like 725 or something?
I don't really know. Honestly, I don't research into that.
Fair enough.
I'm too busy in my own kind of thinking of robotics and improving my. I'm too busy thinking about that stuff for some reason right now.
Fuck, I wish I
But yeah,
remembered. I saw.
um,
I dropped something. I saw someone talking about how, or there was like an article or something about how a furry that made a cooling suit or unit for their fursuit,
oh yeah.
how their technology is being adapted by the US military now.
I mean, I'm not. Uh, like, there's no bias. I'm not trying to be biased here or anything. I just kind of noticed this pattern with furries where they seem to really. They're usually find like really interesting, and they seem to develop very, very interesting ideas and innovations. I've realized. Like, I'm not being biased or anything, or I'm just saying they seem. I've
Well, we all
realized
have our own
sometimes they
biases.
develop. Yeah, they seem to develop the most well, even though it usually is for like moving ears or whatever, or like for them, they seem to make really, really outstanding like technologies at times.
Oh yeah.
Other times they can be kind of controversial.
Yeah, I've heard of the stories.
Yeah, I mean, I I was I was part of the community when I first got my VR headset, and then I quickly started to lose contact and I officially wanted to leave because I honestly thought I was actually like I was really weirded out with the certain community I was in, but I was even starting to feel a bit threatened, so I got out of there.
Felt
I feel like that was
threatened.
more of a it was just because of what one of the members did. I'm not gonna say what they did, but it was really, really messed up that they recorded that and
Okay,
sent it to
fair enough.
somebody.
I won't push you to talk about stuff.
Yeah,
Your VR
yeah.
broke, Fuzz? That sucks.
What type of VR? Oh, actually, I,
I
that
have
can.
a Oculus Quest 2.
I was about to say, but I realized I can't actually really communicate with them. Uh, I was about to
They can
say
hear
what
you.
type of VR headset because I was about to try to help them out and see if I could fix it for them or help them with the like if they needed a new wire or something.
They can hear
If
you.
it's
They're
an
in chat
index,
right now.
if it's an index, usually the wire broke. If it's a Quest 2, I'd say something with the wrist strap, maybe the software. Quest Pro, yeah, I would replace it completely because mine broke from literal sweat and the face tracking somehow broke. I don't know why the sensors break when you sweat too much because the headset is supposed to be built for that. It sorry, I'm just mad at I bought a
Yeah, I
thousand
mean
dollar headset
it's got
and
like
it
a
breaks from
sweat
sweat.
absorber, don't it?
It should, but for some reason, the sweat literally broke the IR sensors, I think, and the eye tracking and the face tracking. So it's literally only a headset.
Oh, that's
And
annoying.
and there was a software update before that where it wouldn't be able to track and know where the headset was in the room. So it would like, okay, you would get beyond VR headset, like PC VR wirelessly, right? You would look around, and then sometimes it would completely disconnect, and then it would basically pause or even kick you out of the Steam VR, so you'd have to reset up everything, and
What?
it would lose your location for like half a second, and then it would try to re-find your location, and then you would have to redraw your boundary,
That's annoying.
and then you would have to reset up the PCN2 and recalibrate all your full body trackers, and sync up both the controller space of the Quest with the Steam VR. And you'd have to do that 30-minute setup again. And then like about it could be 5 minutes to about 15 minutes, and then it would do that again.
That's just rude.
Yeah, and it was worse when I was closer to the ground. I was like trying to look like if I was looking up, if I was looking down at a steep angle, or if I was sideways, or if I was too close to the wall, or if I was like sitting, literally anything except standing in the middle of the room, it would make it more probable that it would happen.
That's annoying. Like, I've played a fair bit while seated, but I do think it's a bit better standing. I don't think it
Well, no, it
should
worked
absolutely
really
be
well
mandatory.
standing. No, it worked well standing. That's the only thing that worked. When it was like a bit low, a bit high, when I jumped, or it was like sideways or anything else except standing and looking straight and slowly moving, it would lose its location and think it was in a different area.
That's weird. Which headset was it again?
The Quest Pro.
Oh, okay. I don't know
Yeah,
anything
though,
about
like
it.
that rare offshoot that was kind of a bit more for businesses, but still for pro consumer. It was like that weird one that had excellent. It was the first one with pancake lenses, and it would have face and eye tracking built in. You wouldn't have to do all this stuff, and it was the first headset with a battery on the back built into the back of it, and comfort and stuff. Yeah, it didn't really come out very fleshed, and I think it lost support in about a little over a year.
Oh, rip.
Yeah. So I traded my Quest 2, the original Quest 2, not the one with the Meta logo, for for a Quest Pro. And it works worse.
And it's worse?
Yeah, I'd say like other than the displays and the bit better pass through because it has color, it's worse. I can't even sell it. That's the thing. Nobody wants it. So I can't sell it for a Quest 3.
Yeah, I've got a
Like,
I have a Quest 2, but I don't see myself needing to get like a Quest 3.
honestly, you won't for a while. And literally all the extra features do drain the battery a bit more right now with the software the way it is. So you get a bit less battery life. And the only reason you would want the Quest 3 right now is if you're going to cook with it and watch a video. And you just walk around with the headset on most of the time because there's color pass through and it's better than the Quest Pro. But
I've heard
sorry, I'm
about
just
the pass through. I haven't really tried it a bunch, but I do have a friend that has the Quest 3.
yeah.
Looks pretty nifty.
I mean,
Beat
you know what's
Saber
the
looks
best
really good
part?
in there.
What's
Oh,
the best
what the
part about the color pass through? the MetaQuest 3, like the MetaQuest 2, can sideload apps, right? But it can
Yeah.
sideload phone apps. So what you can do actually is you can actually get like a phone app, let's say, and it will be like a flat screen, but it'll project outward. So you can literally kind of play a game or something if it's a lower end game, and you like it's like you can't have your phone wherever you're at because your hands are like washing dish or whatever. You can legit wash your dishes and play something like an idle RPG or something in the background, which is really funny.
That does sound handy.
You can watch YouTube videos while you cook too.
I may get the Quest 3 someday down the line, but probably not in the near future.
I mean, if I just had an image. The Quest Free, if it helps, it can help you cook. It's kind of like your like personal Remy fucking ratatouille in your head, pulling your hair. It's kind of like your own custom ratatouille.
I get that. I get that.
Personally, though, the only thing I would want on the recipe for is making the best burger.
The bestest burger. You have a ideal burger.
I'm still kind of experimenting more and more, and I've recently found an ingredient where that I really like with the burger. But I'm really simple, basically. I can eat a burger with just a patty, buns, and ketchup. A lot of ketchup. Or I can eat a cheeseburger with just ketchup and a patty. But recently I've been craving like a burger or a cheeseburger with diced onions and ketchup.
Like just those toppings?
Yeah, just the onions. Diced onions. I don't know why. Adds a bit more flavor to it. But I can for some reason there is one thing I will not eat on a burger for some reason. Tomato and lettuce.
Oh, Fuzz was asking no lettuce.
Yeah, for some reason with me, unless it's like a very, very bare bones recipe and it's like stacked on each other, um, for some reason really do not like the taste of like vegetables mixed with meat or like fruits or meat. I mean, I can eat a salad and then I can eat something, but I can't seem to put both together. I don't know what it is. Like the
Well, to
same
each their
thing for
own.
things on a plate. Oh, sorry.
I was just saying to each their own. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. No, sorry. But I was gonna say the plate. For some reason, I used to be very much like my dad, where I cannot have like the things touching on my plate if I get separate things. But I can.
My
I'm.
girlfriend's the exact
I'm
opposite, where she will mix everything together on her plate.
yeah. But I'm learning a bit like to expand my food palette, and I'm kind of letting some things like overlap a little. But there's some things I'll let mix together. Like there's this one mixture at breakfast. If I have like scrambled eggs and like cut up like they're like it's like a cooked potato like in like squares or cubes or like sliced up potatoes. I'll let them mix. I'll let like the scrambled eggs mix with a bit of the potato and stuff because they're very like just plain taste. But with me, and it's a problem with me, and I've kind of got it from my dad, but he stopped it. but I've continued it. I've continued kind of the family tradition on my dad's side of like burying the food and like you can see it in a fucking like covering of salt. Like you can see the salt. It's really bad. Like it
That's
literally looks
weird.
like it
Just
looks like a
saying.
snow. It literally looks like snow. It I don't know.
Fuck.
It's like, oh, more flavor, more flavor. No, I need a bit more. And I just don't stop.
You want a little burger
I
with
just
your salt?
no, I want to
Hey, Anson.
wait. Oh no 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 yeah no you said that right. I was about to say the opposite. It's
F117.
I could. Oh yeah.
Sorry,
Um.
I was mumbling.
Oh no, it's okay. Do you want to hear the interesting the loopholes and stuff I've had to go through so far to try to get the cosplay working?
Sure.
So okay, the what I had to start out with was the main appeal, like the main idea of what makes Maxie really unique, I feel like, is her two tells and what and how she can express her body language with the two tells. Like if she's very shy and insecure, what I've thought of what the tells do is they either wrap around her waist like she's holding herself, or they'll wrap around her legs like she's holding herself to express like that
Oh,
she's shy.
okay. Okay. Hey, Joe Madley. Thanks for stopping
And
by.
for if she's like very happy or she's like in like she does like a little heart thing with her hands, what the tells do is they curve like into each other to make a little heart on the back. So like the like
Okay.
and kind of like that. So what I had to figure out how to do is make the tells move, but make it cheap. So the issue is I still want everything to move, right? But I
Yeah.
can't have a motor for each section. That's just too expensive and it
Yeah,
would be
that's a little
very.
excessive.
So what I had to figure out is I figured out how I can move it in each direction with only 3 motors for each tail. But the problem is now how do you actually steer the tails in each direction? Then I had the idea of have you ever played with pop beads or where like those little like beads where you can pop it into each other? Um
Yeah, I think so.
what I did was I kind of scaled up that idea. So but then I merged that idea with a fishing pole, right? Where you guide a thin wire through and you know how
Oh,
it
yeah,
bends?
that's kind of how I would have done a tail for cosplay as well.
Yeah, so what I did was and the idea was it would basically just curl up and it would just calculate and triangulate its position. And I was thinking of using a 3D printed gear system with a magnet. So with each rotation, it would track. Because if you didn't track where it was, it would stretch the line because it wouldn't know where it was at. So the thing is, you have to indicate where the position is, or it might pull too much or too little and ruin the whole thing. And another issue is Maxi lore wise, the tells, I'm not going to actually make them like, I want it to be possible in the future to make him that long, but the tells lore wise are literally 7 foot long. So,
7 feet, jeez. Yeah, that would be a
but
bit of a undertaking to make for cosplay tales.
but the thing is, with the pop beads idea, they're section by section, right? So you could just
Yeah.
add more onto it, and if something breaks, you just pull out the piece that doesn't work.
Yeah, like it would be very modular, easy to replace the damaged parts. Especially if it was 3D
Yeah,
printed. But I would think that
yeah,
if it was 3D printed, it would be like a little not as strong as it should be.
yeah,
I
and
guess that depends
well,
on
I
the
figured
type
that
of
out.
filament or whatever, the plastic you're using.
Yeah, and I figured out PLA was too brittle because when you would pop the beads into each other, you have to have it flex a bit, right?
Yeah.
So on the 3D model I had on the connecting end, I put little because there's 3 motors, I put 6 little lines cut up into it so that there were these little sections that could bend out. The thing was, it was so brittle that the sections broke off. So I'm gonna
Oh,
use
damn.
PLA only as a prototype. So what I'm gonna use is something like nylon or PTEG annealed in like an oven for a bit because PETG can flex a bit more, but nylon can flex a bit more, right? But it takes a hotter temperature and a hardened nozzle, so doesn't break the brass nozzle. But the benefits of nylon are it has a lower friction. So it can move it can move with less resistance. And nylon's stronger. So I don't need to use as much filament. And I've found out like each section right now is literally 1 cent a section.
That's not too bad.
And like 100 of those sections are actually pretty much almost enough for both tails so far. So that's literally like $10 for the whole thing, plus some fishing line and motors and stuff.
And boom goes the
And
dynamite.
yeah. But there's another issue I found too, which was the base plate. Now I thought of 3D scanning my back, but I've realized it's literally just so flat that I could just buy memory foam and make it completely flat, and the memory foam would just fill in the gaps. So I kind of overthought that part and probably spent way too much time on it when it could literally be flat and I could just buy memory foam.
Well,
But
as long as you're enjoying what
yeah,
you're making.
yeah. I also thought of putting like actual like stuffing and what like have the fabric wrapped around it. But the issue is I can't have it tight. It would limit movement, and I can't have too much stuffing either because it would probably stop and have limit the movement again. So I've it's like the next thing I solve, there's another issue I've realized. So and there was a really big fail recently where I got everything together, but it just wouldn't pull and it got tangled.
Oh no.
But you know why it's wouldn't like straighten out and it wouldn't actually work? The reason was I put the where the line would go, where I put it in between the connection and the two connections, I put it right in between the gap where it would connect it. That little the little connection. So what it did was it pulled it inward into the it would rub against the outside, right? It'd pull inward and then back out instead of actually continuing it in a straight line. So I printed about 20 of those and it just got tangled. And luckily my dad, a person who did drafting and stuff throughout his life and has a lot of mechanical knowledge with them coal mines and being in computers for 35 years, told me I didn't know what was wrong. He's like, you have the pivot point at the wrong location. Try to pull it. I'm like, I pull it. It's like, it's really hard. It's like, you don't have the leverage right. You gotta put it down here. I'm like, no. I put the friction, everything's there. It's like, he's like, no, just move it. And now I'm reprinting it and I've pretty much fixed where it should go. And I agree with him with the fact that I should have moved it from the start. Because now I'm waiting
Fair
for my
enough.
filament to come in. Yeah, so I think we've pretty much solved the tails. But the ears are actually very interesting. Like, so, you know how most moving ears only turn one direction usually? They don't really have much
Yeah.
realistic movement. Well, what I wanted to do was I wanted it to move sideways, and I wanted it to move, like, I wanted it to rotate, right? But I wanted it to move side to side as well. But that would require two servo motors instead of one. But
Thank
where
you,
are you
Thunder
gonna
Nugget.
put? No, go ahead.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're all right. Yeah, but are you done with the
With
are you done
the
with stream thing?
No, not quite. I am
Oh
finishing
no, I
up
mean like
this.
calling that out.
Oh yeah, Thunder Nugget popped in and said, "Cool Gundam," and I said, "Thank you."
Okay. I wanted to make sure I wasn't interrupting again.
No, it's all good.
So yeah, the ears. So my idea was, how am I gonna put two motors that move one object in two different areas where they can rotate it one way or another? I can't put it together really on the band, and I can't put it really anywhere else. But then I realized I'm 3D printing kind of the frame of the ear. Why not put one motor in the ear and one motor on the headband?
Yeah, why not?
So that's what I did, and so far it's been a lot simpler to think about the ears rather than the tails, but I got one motor in a way where both so I wanted to position the cables so they would be hidden. So the band will go under the wig, right? And the wires, I want everything to go on the back, on my back, so that I could hide it because Maxie wears a crop top, right? So the skin, the belly and the bottom part, you can't hide any wires really easily, right? And the top, there's like a hoodie, but most of it's cut off on the front too. There's no like turtleneck or anything on the crop top. And the also the actual there's no sleeves to Maxie's crop top either. So there's a lot of there's going to be a lot of issues hiding that. So where I'm gonna put the computer is right on the back, and instead of putting two wires going on the sides, I'm gonna route both wires and go down in the back of my neck. And for the motors on the actual back plate for the um tails, the motors aren't gonna be on the base plate. The base plate is going to basically guide the fish lines, the fish line, and it's gonna go guide up into the back where the motors are actually gonna hide. So instead of actually like putting all the motors and the weight on um like the backbone of my spine and trying to hide big motors where they're gonna be obvious, I'm just gonna make a clear like 3D printed backplate and then attach the tails there and then guide the wires up into my back.
Okay.
So and the wires are going to be thin enough so that they can't see it. And the wig should hide most of the like the band and everything. So I think it should work out fine with hiding the actual fact that it's actually all robotics and computers and it should actually look realistic enough. And that's going to be like my base plan. I have future plans, but it's still the ears are going to be rigid like plastic, so you can't like stretch like nobody can like really like grab onto them or anything, and it's not going to feel like skin, it's going to feel like plastic. Yes, there's going to be fur,
Yeah, it's going to
but
be more of something that people see rather than touch.
yeah. But my plan is to make it more organic by adding TPU filament outside of the base. So you can, it's kind of like it would like act more like rubber in that sense. That's my plan for like the ear part. And I also want to get like put like a fish line on the tip of the ear and make an extra motor farther in the back so the ear can kind of curl down with that flexible TPU filament a bit more.
Okay.
Yeah. The issue with all this is there's like there's two colors and they're green and blue and they're very bright like neon green and sky blue. There's not a lot of stuff out there that's like white, sky blue, cyan, and neon green. And I've realized that I'm gonna have to paint the wig myself and I'm gonna have to like do a lot of scouring and researching into finding actual green materials. Heck, I might have to even make my own chemicals for certain dyes because that's how rare the colors on the model are.
Yeah,
But I'm
sometimes
gonna have to
that
start
you
simple.
literally have to go to such lengths to really get the perfect cosplay. I remember having to do similar stuff when I was into it myself. I miss it.
Yeah. For me, it's like 10:35 p.m. Wait, p.m.? No, it's p.m. Trying to think.
7:35 for me, p.m.
Eh. So, like, I want to try to make it. There's an interesting thing I want to try though, but um, it requires weird like it require different technologies that are of the UV dye sense, but it would be merged with OLED technology and chemicals. And
Okay.
basically
That could be
that
pretty
is
cool.
basically yeah. Oh, sorry. Um, yeah, it is basically glow in the dark because there's like the tips of Maxie's hair kind of glows in the dark, and there's some emissions and stuff from the face paint, certain face paints and stuff from the cosplay. And what I want to do is merge some of the UV glow in the dark to still kind of bring out the brightness and actually sometimes activate it, make it even brighter under certain light scenarios. But at the same time, I want it to have its own light itself, and I want it triggered by either small electricity flow or like a very high alternating current that doesn't really affect stuff like skin or harm things, or I want it to be heat activated. But and I'm thinking more of the electricity route, but I'm planning on using chemicals that OLED kind of uses, but mixed with dye.
Okay. I get that.
So basically, what I would have to do, and I've saw this university research paper where they got an OLED like film, a conductive film, and what they did was they got, I think it was got powderized copper or something, copper or zinc or some type of mixture. And what they did was they put current through the conductive film. The current was like 55 kilohertz at about like 0.001 amps and about I think it was 500 volts. So
Jeez.
or it was like point zero, it was either 0.000 like 1 volt or 1 amp, and then the amperage or voltage was like 1,000 or something. And like the alternating current wasn't like 60 or anything, it was like 55 kilohertz.
Yeah.
And I think
That'll wake you up
that
if it jumps through you.
I don't think it would actually
Well,
hurt you, especially that high of a frequency, theoretically.
I don't know. I'm not an
Um,
electrician. I'd have to ask my friend. My friend, who is an
yeah,
electrician.
but in theory, those 55 kilohertz basically energize the atoms of the element so to the point where it actually visibly makes light.
Really?
So and it makes the light wave of I don't know if it burns that color or whatever, or if it usually that's what most of the color that bounces off of that material um has, but I think it made like a green or a blue for that certain chemical, and I think it would have to be different depending on the chemical, the kilohertz.
Okay. I'm
And I'm
still
pretty
kind of
sure,
confused, but I think I'm following along.
yeah, but and another thing is the reason why I think that AC current, if it touched your hand or your skin, the theory of that high frequency and that very, very low voltage but kind of high amperage, my theory is I'm pretty sure I heard that, and I'm pretty sure it's the voltage now, but I think they say voltage kills and amperage just generates. So, and from what I understand, DC is more harmful than AC, and I think it's because of how fast it alternates. So, an even faster alternating current, I think, would even cause less pain or less harm. But I do
Yeah,
not
I think
know.
it also has to do with where the electricity goes through your body, because, like, if it goes right through your
And
heart, you could die
very
right away.
dangerous. Well, no, it'd be dangerous then because that's on my wig and my face. So that's near the brain.
Yeah, you don't really want to be sending random shocks around there either.
Yeah, I'm just hoping the low voltage and the high amperage isn't what the brain uses. And it's just maybe generates a little bit of heat that it goes down with some electronics. I don't know though. I'm probably gonna like ask my brother, which is an electrician, if that's actually safe or not.
Yeah, probably best to consult the experts.
Yeah. I mean, I'm from what I understand with the power, how much power I'd need, especially if I want to use it for like all day and then have to charge it and have to charge it in time to have it fully charged again. I think I'd need either like a 65 to 100 watt quick charging like, power delivery USB-C, and then I'd need like 10 to 20,000 milliamps, I think, of battery power. I don't know. Might need more. And I want to use like Wi-Fi and a hotspot
Excuse me.
to connect to the cloud to control it. Hopefully.
I definitely think that's possible to set it up. Got
Yeah,
some
I've
powdered
seen.
metal
Okay,
oxides for ceramics. My suggestion is to be careful with copper carbonate. Copper carbonate. It is mildly toxic and
yeah.
can permanently stain your skin. Yeah, be careful. Howdy, howdy.
I
don't
mean,
know how to
I mean,
pronounce your name.
uranium has. I mean, if you think about it, you're Maxie could get her calories worth with the refined uranium. That's a joke, by the way. We do not eat refined uranium. I know it has
Uranium
like a
fever
million
has done
calories.
and got me down.
I mean, it does have like a million or a billion calories or something like that. It actually does, but I, I don't know if you need like
It,
a billion calories in your system.
you're not joking when it says it's got 1,000,000 calories?
Like for like 1 gram. Hold on, let me search up what your refined uranium has for calorie count. But it has something ridiculous. Calorie count of uranium. It has 20 billion calories. Yeah, 1 gram of uranium has 20 billion calories. Yummy, yummy.
Jesus
Yummy, yummy.
Christ. Hungry.
Maxie traveling back in time to eat the demon core before it goes off.
Man, big shout out to Kyle Hill for popularizing that in modern
Wait,
nerd
no, dude,
culture.
I don't have to update my phone right now. No, not in 10 seconds. Wait, is you're gonna force me to restart my device? Oh,
Usually does. Wait, is it kicking you? Because that would be a rip. I think it's actually forcing Maxie out of the call. Ooh, that's stiff. But that pretty much does it. Yeah, that's all the different accessories for the Epyon Gundam. It's got his sword, got the heat whip on the shield, the wings, which are actually really cool because they do that where they open up and then they hide. It does transform, but I don't feel like transforming it. Is Maxie going to come back to us, I wonder? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't know about chemical compounds, that kind of stuff. I am not a chemist. I am at most qualified to boil water. Now the real question for me is, how am I going to customize this motherfucker? Spiffy. Oh yeah, Maxie can't just jump right back in the chat. That's unfortunate. I don't know what else to talk about, chat. I don't know. Kind of wrapped up here pretty much. The base of the custom is complete, and then it's on to, well, deciding what to actually do to customize it. I really like the sword, so I'm definitely going to be working in the beam saber. Dang it. Flatten your fucking feet. Gotta go. Thanks for stopping by, Fuzz. Fuzz Puzz. Yeah, that's kind of a stand. This is not currently a custom, but it will become a, damn it. It will become a custom. Like, I'm gonna add my own personal flair to this Gundam, and then eventually I'm going to get an artist to turn it into a Gundam girl, and for like a reference art kind of thing, and then that's going to turn into my VTuber in the future. That's the whole rebrand arc I'm on. Sorry, your phone had to update. Yeah, you were saying that. Did you want to hop back on? Because like the stream is pretty much ending right now. It's just shooting the shit with chat at this point. Welcome back. Oh no, is it not working? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me or not? Oh no. Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Hello.
What is going on? There we go. What the fuck? What did the restart do to my phone?
Discord's just a cunt sometimes.
Yeah. So how's the Gundam going?
I am actually finished.
Oh,
I would
nice.
say it's taken about. Wait, how long have I been going right now? 4 hours. I think I put 3 hours of work into it right now. And then previously it was about 4 hours of work into it, I think. These take
Yeah.
a while. The next stage is adding my own personal flair and customizing it somehow. And I'm not sure how I'm going to do that.
If I was building Gundam, I would just put Berber all over it.
And there's a dark joke I can make about that. Yeah, and
Oh,
in Gundam War in the Pocket, it was like a shorter series. One of the main characters, or the main character's name, actually, fuck it, it's like 20-year-old series. I don't care about spoilers. Main character's name is like Bernie Bernard, and he was
yeah.
not a Gundam pilot. He was a enemy suit pilot that ended up fighting a Gundam, and that Gundam put a Gatling gun into the cockpit, and well, the character died, and there
Ah.
was a shot, like a scene of cleanup crew where the first person to ever look in the cockpit after the fight, they were like, oh, it's nothing but ground up hamburger in here.
I'm not laughing. What?
So like, that's where my mind goes when thinking about Gundams and burgers.
Oh no. Time to get a drink. Ooh, darn it, we don't got root beer. I could have mixed them up. Like basically there's this soda mixture that I usually do. It's like 50% orange crush, 30 to 20% root beer, and then the rest of it is just kind of whatever you want. I usually put Pepsi in it, cherry Pepsi. What it does is it adds like the very foamy fizziness of the root beer, but then adds the fruitiness of the crush.
Okay.
So it's very foamy and fruity. But I only got Pepsi and crush, so might as well mix them together.
Use what you gotta. I'm
I,
just having Pepsi.
yeah, I'm very really like crazy when it comes to like ideas for mixing stuff together. I mean, you've seen my character. It's a concoction of like a lot of different things.
Yeah, you've taken inspiration from a few places. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Is it bad that like in 2 years of creating that character though, not only have I done the basic kind of like pretty much solidified it, I accidentally started almost kind of started a trend of people liking the idea of the gimmick, the Berber, and then creating Berberism as an actual like thing, and creating a maxi multiverse under 2 years of just thinking about the character.
I mean,
Yes.
I've heard some fairly wild stories about character lore and how it's progressed. Though
Yeah,
I
but
think
there's literally a revival.
the most wild stuff has actually not been related to their VTuber lore. I've actually had somebody who when I did do my interviews and stuff, I had asked what food that you like that not many other people do, and one person, dead ass, said tarantula.
I almost spit out my.
Yeah,
What?
they like deep fried tarantula.
Oh, that gives me reminder of when okay, my sister, my older sister, she basically she's a redhead. So, do you know the saying of like I know it's not true for everybody, but do you know the saying of redheads get really angry?
I think so. Yeah, that I think there's something like redheads have a temper kind of thing.
Um,
You've read that it
that was
tastes like
that was
shrimp? Tarantula tastes like shrimp? I guess it's bug meat.
uh yeah, but my sister, she was the spitting image of that, especially like growing up. She was the spitting image of that term, that like yeah. So she she had a phase of where she liked really really weird pets. She had a snake before.
Different, but
It
not super weird.
well yeah, but like these aren't weird like okay, these aren't weird, but I mean these were weird for me when I was growing up and like a kid, and it freaked me out. So
Fair enough.
what that little snake uh apparently when I was a kid, because I didn't know any better and my dad was too busy working at home because my mom wasn't there. Um, what I would, and I do not ever remember doing this when I was 4 years old. What I would do is I would apparently grab the snake and and start bouncing on the bed with it, like picking it up and like fucking and then what would
Poor
happen
snake.
and this was like the in on in my dad's room, my dad's bed, when I would try to get his attention, and then I'd be busy with the snake. I wouldn't put it back. I would just leave it there. And apparently, what my dad said would happen is the snake would just crawl up behind his back, and then crawl into his pocket and slowly just stay there and sleep. And he would just sleep in his pocket while I worked, apparently.
That
And then
would
one day,
that would freak
hmm?
me the fuck out if I was at work and then all of a sudden there was a snake in my pocket that I just realized was there.
Well, I mean, apparently, like my dad like can walk up to deer, and he's a very like he'll usually use the right like he won't hunt with bullets, he'll hunt with darts. So he won't kill the animal, and he'll help the animal out if it gets injured. And he basically one time because there's this one dog in this one property and the beware dog like sign was down at the time when he was visiting the house. This dog would bark and chase after everybody that would went up onto the porch. Apparently my dad walked up and then just the dog walked up to him and he just pet the dog. The dog didn't go after him, which was very weird, but he's kind of like he really just doesn't care. He's very like relaxed. Animals will just walk up to him, and I don't know why. Nobody really knows why.
Could it be that he's a Disney princess?
I don't. I mean, like,
Loki is
what?
my favorite Disney princess. Just saying.
Yeah. What? One person defined my dad as was Zen, which
I like Zen. She's pretty funny.
no, not the princess. Like
Yeah.
the
I know. I was making a
oh a
joke.
joke. Oh, yeah, I don't understand jokes very well.
It's all good. I was just referring to Zentreya, the VTuber from V Shoujo.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I know that VTuber.
They're actually really cool.
Yeah.
Did you know that
Yeah.
they're actually a mute?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I had told a friend of mine that recently, and then he was like, "Wait, really?" And then he starts thinking back to all the different clips and stuff he's seen from her, and he's like, "Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense."
Yeah. What was I gonna say? What was I talking about the transfer part? Oh, yeah. So one day, what happens with the snake though is it disappears out of its cage, and we never found out where the snake went.
Reassuring.
Yeah, but the house kind of we moved out of that house though due to black mold though. Sadly.
Oh, oof. I was going to say, nice
Yeah.
surprise for the next person to move in, but if there's black mold,
No, we
people
burned
shouldn't
it.
be moving in. Burned
Well,
it.
we had to
Oh,
burn it down. It was a family house at a family road, family property.
oh, that's
There was other
unfortunate.
houses. Like we have other houses on. They had other houses on the farm and stuff. It was originally mostly a farm. They built the house themselves. My dad's
Okay.
family. Yeah. Like I think my dad grew up as the oldest sibling with spina bifida.
Oh shit.
So he had to learn how to like be careful and be very relaxed. And he had to take care of like 10 different siblings. And apparently he had to like help take care of the siblings and stuff and um well it's pretty much like a story of like oh he grew up from nothing and actually like got a good job and stuff. That's basically a story in a nutshell. I'm not gonna stretch it out like he kind of does. He doesn't mean to. He just doesn't want to get the details by. Um, doesn't get because he lived it basically.
Fair.
Mm, yeah, like for how he grew up, where he grew up, I will tell you what. And I was afraid of this. I waited right around my 18th birthday or a little bit afterward to tell him this. I was like, I think, and he didn't really understand me because he didn't know the term. I think I might be a bit pan, Dad. And I wanted to tell you this after I was 18 because, and he's like, well, well, not to be rude, but you do know that I don't really care. You can live your own life. He was like really chill about it for being 74 and grown up back then. So
It's good that he was chill with
I'm
it.
yeah, but my mom, on the other hand, if I ever said anything, ooh, she crazy.
Yeah,
I'll just tell you.
overall, I got pretty lucky with my family. They're pretty good about things. Like, I did hear mourning the loss of my son kind of bullshit, but then my parents
Mm,
actually took the time to, you know, learn a bit more about what it's like to exist as a trans person. And then they were real quick to be like, oh, we didn't mean it that way. We just wanted to express our feelings and we didn't think that was
yeah.
such a bad way to phrase it. And then it's like, yeah, it kind of is.
I mean,
But
okay.
like, my parents are the kind that they don't care what I do with myself. They just want me to be happy.
My dad's the same way about like even other people in general. It's like you can be whoever you want to be, but there's only one thing he doesn't like. And he does kind of have a bad negative experience from something that happened in the past, but he's ignored that and he's like, I don't like when he doesn't like when people like push it in his face. Like, oh, you should try being you should try HRT and like that when he like hears about people pushing it on to him, he doesn't like that. But as long as you kind of don't constantly talk about it or like just tell him about it, oh, he's fine, whoever you are. It's just he's kind of a mind your own business kind of. Not that. It's like I
Is
don't know
he
how to
kind of
explain it.
like is he kind of like the type that's I don't care if people are gay, I just don't want to see them around me kind of thing?
No, it's more. It's like that, but
I don't
I
care if
don't
you're
want you
gay,
to
just don't
push
try
it
to
in my
recruit me.
face. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, that's fine. It
yeah,
does kind of lean into like the social contagion mindset, but I don't think it's like coming from a place of bigotry or malice.
yeah. I can definitely tell he's just trying to really do his best to adapt, and he really doesn't mind who um who you like or whatever. Just kind of like he doesn't want to. He just doesn't want to. Sometimes he just doesn't want to be really recruited to. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah.
Like he's absolutely fine with it. Probably one of the few people in this area actually that's that chill about it, especially at that age.
I have seen stories from like God, I can't remember exactly what year. It might have been early 1900s, but I saw a story about a family with a trans child, and the way they had handled it back then was they literally did have a funeral for their daughter, but then after that everybody only referred to them as the son, and they just kind of used that as like their kind of
Hmm.
they're we're laying down here our expectations of who you were or who we expected you to be, so be who you are kind of bullshit. And like from what I've
Hmm.
heard, that kid turned out fine. It was one of the earlier cases of known trans person, and I think it could have been handled a little better by the family by today's standards, but by early 1900s that was really fucking progressive.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just what is it? I'm just honestly what am I gonna say? I'm just honestly surprised on how my dad isn't um kind of like a bit against that or whatever because like I've kind of explained, he grew up on a farm. He was in a union and he worked like for like a coal mine. He was in a very he grew up around the time of very like more strict time. He probably learned a lot more strict manners and he's still very open to stuff surprisingly. But that might be because of he had to travel for the company he worked for, like places like New Orleans, London, etc.
Yeah, that could very well be the case. It does
Because
seem Mhm.
Go
Uh,
ahead.
I was just going to say, it does seem that people do kind of tend to get stuck in their ways, but as they age and get older. But that's not always the
Yeah.
case for literally everybody.
It seems like my dad, surprisingly, I think it's because somehow his mind seems to be still very, very flexible and very, very active. Like, he can remember stuff better than me, and he still can remember. Um, he actually remembers a bit of even being in the crib when his aunt was looking down at him. So
Huh.
his mind is very sharp still, and he can still play games like Minecraft. So, I mean, he has a better memory than me. He can help me out with stuff. He he's dealt with me. He's dealt with multiple nieces and nephews and everything else, and he can still remember stuff like when he was 30. So, yeah,
Yeah, with some people, it's like it's kind of a. Some people get socialized or I'm not exactly sure of the word, but some people, I'm gonna go with socialized, but some people get socialized into thinking people ought act this way, like they have to act this way. And then when people kind of stray from what they think people should act like, they see it as kind of a bad thing. And then in reality, there is no definitive, we should definitely act this way. It's all subjective. It's all what we all decide.
yeah. You know, I'm not like trying to be anything like rude or offensive or anything,
I
but
sometimes am.
honestly, my dad is more ready, I feel like, and more prepared. Like, I wouldn't say anything against it. I wouldn't try to make a weirded out or kind of like anything face. But I've never actually seen like in person. I have never seen a gay couple. I've never seen a trans person. I've never seen any of that. So I could get used to it, but the first time seeing it, I won't mean to or anything, but I might feel a bit awkward because I've never seen that before.
Yeah, it'll
I
be a
legit,
weird feeling, but that's not necessarily weird, bad kind of thing.
yeah. But my dad's actually probably more prepared to not be weirded out by that because apparently one of his stories was going to New Orleans, down one of the party lanes where it was like a parade or something.
Okay.
And there was a lot of I don't know, he didn't he said it would be considered LGBTQ today by today's standards, but it wasn't back then. So it was a lot of, I think it was like drag queens and everything out on the streets and stuff. But it was only after a certain time at night that would happen.
Yeah, because it was considered taboo back then.
Yeah. And apparently the story is he had to walk through to get either back to his hotel or something else. But apparently um one of the what is it? One of the people who was like it was either a drag queen or the opposite of a drag queen, a girl dressing up like a guy, or I don't know what the term is. I have a lack of terms for what that's supposed to be. I'm not trying to be offensive, but apparently they're like they were asking my dad for services. Mm. And he's like, no, thank you. and he rolled his eyes and didn't know how to really react. He just kind of rolled his eyes and walked back to the hotel. And apparently on the way there, one of the people on his flight asked, where are you going? And he's like, New Orleans. He's like, oh, you should go to this bar. And then the other person was laughing. He's like, why are you laughing? And my dad's like, why are you laughing? And they kept laughing. I was like, no, seriously, I'm not gonna go there if you're not gonna tell me, which is probably the smartest thing I heard him say. I heard him that he said in his life, because the next thing that he hears is, because it's a gay bar. They were trying to get him into a gay bar. Nothing against that, but I mean,
Yeah, it's not
I think that would
exactly
be.
for everybody.
I mean,
But
I
hey,
think
if you want to feel good as a straight guy, unironically, hit up a straight bar and don't get weirded out when they hit on you.
I
Because,
mean,
like,
it would be
literally,
funny though. That'd make this story 10 times better though. He that he didn't know it was a gay bar, and then he finds out it's a gay bar and he has to walk out. I honestly want to hear that story, but that didn't happen. I don't know. It's hilarious to me, making my dad feel like, oh, and just like when he rolls his eyes, like, please no. I don't know. Maybe I just like irritating him.
I mean, it can be a little fun to be irritating sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, I think there is another story, and I feel like this is the only reason why he never really went down the more accepting route with things, and kind of like actually looked into things more, that is LGBTQ plus. And this is the only experience why I think he's kind of didn't want to learn more about it, which is kind of sad because it was just one group. But when he was trying to go to work one day, there is this LGBTQ parade. What happened was they followed him to his work, and his work was the computer. He worked for a bank. So he swiped his card, and they tried to follow in after him, and they were kind of berating him. So what happened was they tried to actually get into the bank for some reason. And I think that's the only reason why he kind of doesn't want to learn about all these pronouns and stuff, because that one experience, sadly.
Fair enough.
I mean, he's still willing to accept, like, except for you, who you are, kind of help you out if you need it. Like, if you want to hang out with me, uh, you can just, like, you can sleep in the guest bed. We have food and stuff, just hospitality. But it's kind of like he doesn't really want to. He'll try to remember your pronoun, but he probably won't remember it. And it's kind of like, oh, it's I don't really mind if you're gay or whatever. I don't want it pushed in my face. He's kind of like that. So I don't know. I feel like he would be a bit more accepting though if that didn't happen, but I can't tell.
Sometimes you just can't really tell.
Yeah. I mean, after like hearing what he said after my 18th birthday, like before this, I couldn't imagine him ever like even supporting this, like supporting LGBTQ. But after that, I almost kind of can believe that there's a side to him that he would be able to accept all that. But I don't know. My
Fair enough.
mom, on the other hand, is like completely like hardcore, like no LGBTQ, just Christian. Like you have to have certain, like she's strict. Like, oh, you have to have like a short haircut because you're a guy. Oh, you have to, like
Jesus had
she's
long hair.
very, yeah. I'm like, I just want to have long hair. And it's like, oh, you can't see your eyes. I have it to the side. And now she tried to manually cut my hair, and now I literally have like a 1960s, like it almost looks like what is it? The Beatles, but like you cut off the front only.
Oh, really?
It's awful. I'm
Like a
literally, I
half
think I might
bowl
act.
cut or something?
Yeah, and she didn't even do it right.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, she just did that because she wants me to go to like I go to church, but I just go there. I'm not religious or anything. I just go there because I'm
Yeah, I
kind of
was raised
forced to.
Protestant, but I kind of walked away from religion.
Like for me, religion. Okay, I'm not an atheist, but I've tried to explain stuff in the book with logic, but because I can't, I don't think I can trust it. Like I like a scientific explanation, but I can't seem to find any, so I don't think it can be possibly. It could
I
be, but
think there
I don't
are some
know.
people that have done that.
Yeah, I've heard of stuff when I like would explain when I explained like for there was one class I took that was culture and religions and stuff. And there was this one college professor I was talking with too. And they're like, there is something like that. I'm like, but no, I mean, I'll either believe it when I see it with my own eyes, or if I can get like a scientific explanation, or I'll, I guess I'll believe it if I end up dying and I know I might go up there, you know? It's kind of like that, but eh. It's kind of, yeah. I'm not, it's a weird location where I'm at. Like I said, I'm neutral with almost everything, as neutral as I can get.
Fair enough.
I'm
I
literally
tend to take somewhat polarized opinions of stuff.
yeah, like,
Personally, I'm not like anti-theist, but I do go that direction if people start trying to, convert me.
yeah.
Because
Well,
I
like
I
for
am
me,
I'm pretty atheist. It's not going to be
mm,
easy to shake me out of that.
yeah. For me, like, okay, I can be friends with like the most like LGBTQ plus like person, right? And then I can, as long as I can keep people like kind of, they don't know that I'm friends with the other person, it seems to work out for me, but it's at times it hasn't. But then I'll be friends with like people who are very, how to say it, not very LGBTQ, and they only really believe in like two genders and stuff like that. And I mean, I could be friends with that person, I could be friends with a lot of different people, although they can have a lot of conflicting stuff. I usually just stay neutral in everything. And when they ask me about something, this or that, I'll, even if I don't believe it myself, I'll agree to a certain point. but I'll try to stay neutral as possible. And that's how I kind of get my way through social stuff. I'll just agree with the person sometimes, or I'll just agree in a supportive manner to their kind of ideas.
Fair enough.
And I just kind of, yeah,
I'm
I'm, and I'm just,
I'm the type of person where the last time I was actually visiting extended family, I did jump into talking politics. That was a lot of fun, especially for me because like most of my extended family is some type of conservative, and the most opinionated
yeah,
one at that get together was a big fan of Jordan Peterson, and I am a big not fan of Jordan Peterson. So I actually got into a back and forth with that guy for like a while, but I wasn't shit talking, I wasn't talking down to them. I was responding to his arguments and stuff. And then when like
yeah,
the conversation kind of fizzled out, I just casually took off, or I stepped outside, go have my smoke, and came back, and we didn't talk politics at all after that. I found out in the car ride afterwards from my mom, who had said, "Thank you for standing up to that guy." Because, like, when you stepped outside, he turned to his wife, my cousin, and was like, "Yeah, I'm not going to talk politics anymore." And that just made me feel so good.
I bet. I mean, for me, I think it's not only just I want to stay neutral and keep my friends. I'm very much a person who seems to really can get like, well, in my relationships controlled and in general just persuaded. And I'm like a kind of like a shy, standoffish kind of person who really doesn't have even really much things I stand on. I kind of just flow with stuff. I really don't know how to stand up to things really. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
That yeah, that I think maybe later on in life I'll kind of find a bit of footing. But I feel like I'm gonna be more of just like an open, bit more of a childish kind of person. I mean, it really works well, it seems, and it can work very, very, very well for family situations, like having me having right now one niece that is that a girl niece, right?
Yes.
I forget, yeah, niece. Yeah, one niece that visits every so often. She's very, very smart for being 8 years old. She literally used. She was playing Roblox on my phone. She found out how to use my PayPal to get Robux. I lost $20.
What? What the fuck?
Yeah, like okay, my big sister, she let her use her phone. She found out how to use the credit card information that's saved on their phone to get Robux.
Oh boy.
My big sister just decided to keep the phone after that. Me, I just decided to sign out of my PayPal and find out how to get back into it later. I just wanted her to have fun, to be honest. Plus, it's nice because I kind of kept my childish energy. Still, even now, I kind of still have my childish energy. So usually, okay, my mom, she's like, even when I was born, she would just knit, and she like leave me alone, play with your toys, like leave me alone. I don't want to take care of you. And she's stuck with that type of person when she's over here. So when I come over, it's like, oh, hey, Sasha. She just runs over, hugs me like, oh, hello, little gremlin. And she's like, can we go to the park? I'm like, oh, that's a long way to walk. I don't know. with me with my fat gut. I don't know if I can go there. And she's like, please. I'm like, okay. Yeah, honestly, it's really nice to actually have a scenario where you can be childish. And
Yeah, I
it's
think
really
so.
funny
It's good
because,
to cut loose every once in a while.
yeah, it's really funny. She's really, really, like, I'm not talking like, oh, she's like smart for an 8-year-old, really. I'm talking like she speaks 3 languages.
Jeez, that's two
Smart.
more than me.
Yeah, it's fuck. I don't know if I should say this right. Okay, no, it doesn't pertain to that scenario over there. She speaks Russian, Ukrainian, and English.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's my mother's side. So, yeah, yeah, but she mainly speaks English, luckily. She's a bit. I don't know if she's what she knows more of. I think she knows more Ukrainian, I think. I don't know. I but um she really, really okay, she seems to like playing Roblox, and I don't know how to feel about this. She is strictly a kid who will watch YouTube shorts every time she can get on a computer. Oh, and I'll look
That's
over
not
it.
great for
Yeah,
what's it?
I try to get her
Attention
out as much
span.
as possible. Yeah, I try to get her out as much as possible and stuff. But this was the time when my mom wanted me to edit her videos, and I had to go rest for what is it, my
No.
job.
No,
So
don't do videos for an 8-year-old on the internet. That's bad.
no, 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 my mom.
Oh, okay.
And then there's Sasha. She wants my attention. I can't give it to her. So what I have to do is let her on the questionable YouTube Shorts, which I don't want to, and I can't really put parental controls on that. And she's
Nope.
watching like YouTube, like Minecraft videos, and I'm like, I look at some, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I know I can't do anything because I'm exhausted and my mother's not doing shit to take care of her, but I gotta rest. I'm not her parent. I can't really do anything, even though I'm probably my half brother isn't really a good father, and the wife's kind of a drunk, and I'm probably sadly one of the only good and positive influences.
Yeah.
Like like apparently I heard from my mother, she's talking about me when she went back to another place in the USA. Uh, and what we went to an observatory, right? And she couldn't see everything because everybody was in the way. She's like, can I ride on your shoulders?" I'm like, I sit on, I'm ahead. I'm like, I sit on the computer all day. And I'm like, okay, fine. I'm like barely holding her up. He's like, wee! And then now apparently she's talking about how strong I am. Terry, but I'm like, oh god.
That's kids for you.
I'm yeah. I mean, she had a good time at the conservatory,
That's good.
even though, okay, what my mom does in public places with Sasha is she basically will, she's like, no, stop that. And all she is doing is kind of running around. She's literally just being a child. And she just grabs her hands like, no, you can't do that. and yells at her in Russian. And I'm like, and I can't really do anything. I'm like, she's just being a child. Let her be a child. Like
Yeah, just let
chill.
kids be kids.
I mean, like every time Sasha's with me and my mom's not around, I let her run around. Nothing happens really. There's no problems. There's no parents or kids yelling at me. There's no issue. I mean, really, the only issue is when she really starts running and gets energetic, and I start running, right? But then I can't catch up. That's the only issue. And then I have to try to track her for as far as she goes and hope she doesn't turn it around in a corner and I lose her.
Fucking kids with their infinite energy. What the hell?
I mean, I, I can catch up for a while, but like for me, I
Just
can
gets
kind of
harder and
push my
harder.
body. Yeah, I can push my body a lot farther than most people for some reason. I don't know what it is, but still, I don't have the same energy I had, but I still have a lot of energy for some reason. Like, I mean, legit, like last year, I got so excited on stream, my heart rate went to 100, 150 because it was like a horror game thing, but then we paused. And then I ran around in circles 5 times in my room, and then I ran outside and decided to run because I got so excited because of what happened. I literally ran 2 acres down my yard and back. In winter, I didn't feel cold at all for some reason. I didn't wear my coat, and I just went back to streaming. I had to run off my energy, and I don't. I think I still kind of have the same energy, but it would be more like 1 acre, I'd say.
Fair enough. I do think I'm gonna be wrapping up stream pretty quick here.
All right,
But thank you for
man. This is
joining.
kind of this kind of felt two-sided.
Two-sided.
I
What?
mean, one-sided. Sorry, brain goober.
Oh, it's all good.
Well, just tell everybody in stream I give Berber. I give everybody Berber.
All the Berber. Oh, good lord! The big titty anime girl discourse video is over 900 views now. Nice.
Huh? What?
I put out a video titled "Fellas, is it wrong for VTubers to be stacked?" And I was talking about the discourse in the
Oh,
VTuber scene about why can't more VTubers be creative like this than being generic big titty anime girl kind of thing? And
I
that
was like,
video is doing really well.
yeah, I saw that. I didn't watch it sadly, but I
It's a good
immediately
one.
went into the description, right? I'm like, I know the first thing I'm gonna type, but then I know the second thing I'm gonna type. First thing, Berber. Next thing, being sad that my VTuber doesn't have anything. Literally lore accurate. Size is literally double A. Doesn't Ishmael doesn't have anything.
All size boobies are valid. But anyways, I'm
Hamburger.
gonna be booping off for now. What the fuck? I'm also getting distracted by my Twitter For You page. Always got to keep my eye out for always got to keep my eye out for discourse.
I mean, I avoid Twitter for that reason.
We're selling our baby trebuchet. We only used it a couple times. PM me for a quote. It got community noted. This is not a baby trebuchet. It's a baby catapult. Trebuchet is a counterweight.
That's like saying. That's like saying. That's like saying we've. That's like saying, oh, we got. Look at this. Look at this C4 here. Actually, that's TNT. Yeah, but they
like,
kind of do the
there
same
is a
thing.
difference, but it's not the biggest deal.
It's not a big deal. It's not the biggest deal. I mean, that's like saying, here, have a sandwich, and then it's a picture of a burger. Maxi's gonna go into comments, be like, "Bish, that's a burger."
And just start throwing hands. How dare you call
Bish.
Berber a sandwich?
Actually, no, that's Maxi when like, okay, I've kind of made it. It's an unfair rule, kind of, but I did put it in the chat rule. The rule is you can't say burger. You have to type burger. And when I see my chat say burger, I'm like, it's a burger.
Banned. Just like that. No second warning.
Ban.
Yeah, that's how you build a community, right?
No, I wouldn't ban them. I would just scream. I'd just scream in my very high pitched voice.
Fair enough. Honestly, a lot of the time when I do just start going mods, ban them, I'm honestly just being joking. Like I'm
Imagine if one of them
laughing.
accidentally does.
Oh, that would be really funny. But yeah, I kind of have the rule of if I am going mods, ban them. They said Doritos aren't chips or some bullshit like that. Then yeah, I'm being hyperbolic. It's not actually a thing. If I'm like kind of more serious, hey, mods, can you mute that guy? That is, yeah, that would be me asking them to actually do something.
The bad part is, if I was one of your mods, I wouldn't understand, and I might accidentally ban a guy, or a girl, or a person, or
Them.
heck, if you identify as a cat,
Whoever.
a cat.
There's more than one that I've seen,
I
anyways.
mean, E.
Okay, I gotta boop off.
E.
I'm kind of just dawdling, wasting time. Thanks y'all for joining. I wish I knew how to redirect, because YouTube does have a kind of raid thing, but it's not that great. It's also hard to figure out. Anyways, catch y'all around. I don't know what I'm streaming next.
Chuage burper.
That how it be sometimes. Yeah. That's where we'll end it. Remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe.